Welcome to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Now here's your host, Wilmot Mutty Perkins.
Okay, morning everybody, morning, and welcome once again to Perkins Online. I hope you had a good weekend. There's some who didn't, I'm sure, but, and our condolences go out to them. The usual number of murders we heard stories about, but that is how we live in this country. Anyway, the Gleaner has an editorial this morning calling upon the political parties, party leaders must cool campaign tensions. And they're talking about a number of acts of violence which have occurred. The shooting of 4 JLP supporters in southeast St. Andrew Tuesday night is an ugly omen as the current general election campaign intensifies. And we have heard about billboards being defaced and so on. Mr. Buchanan is saying that he has evidence that it is JLP people who are doing violence against themselves, and in an effort to blame it on the PNP. He has evidence of this. Now, if Mr. Buchanan has his evidence, why doesn't he come out and give us the evidence? Huh? Why not? Why just make statements like this, which are, it would seem to me, calculated to make matters worse rather than better? And then we hear that there is supposed to be a policeman who said that he was driving behind this bus in which 4 JLP persons were shot. And somebody, or there was firing from the bus at him. And he returned the fire. No. No, it seems to me a little odd if a policeman is traveling behind a bus and somebody from the bus fires at him. Is he going to fire back, endangering the lives of all the people on the bus who may have nothing to do with the firing? Struck me as a little odd. But we haven't heard any more about that story. But I suppose that that was designed to do something. But the Gleaner goes on to talk about a number of these matters and the need to do something to ensure that there is not an outburst of violence, of outrageous violence, that is going to possibly take a lot of lives. And hopefully we can carry on an election without that kind of thing happening. I heard 2 ladies on the program this morning saying that they were this was not the word they used, but exasperated, I suppose, the impression they created, as exasperated by the dragging out of this election campaign. Why doesn't the Prime Minister call the election now? rather than waiting and waiting and waiting. What is she waiting for? Haven't we been told by her prophet that God has already decided that she is to be the Prime Minister? Then if God has so decided, what does it matter what people in Southeast Santan or anywhere else think about the matter? It isn't they who are going to decide, it's God. Or does the Prime Minister not believe that her prophet is telling the truth? I thought that she said herself that she had been appointed Prime Minister by God. And I don't know what other mandate but she keeps saying that she wants her own mandate. So, I mean, doesn't she believe in the power of God to give her mandate? Whatever people in Pineland or wherever else think about it? I don't know. It seems to me very odd. Very odd that the Prime Minister claims, and her prophet with her, that God, and in fact one of her prophets said that God was going to, I mean, if people went and voted for the JLP, God would just move the X up to the JLP, up to the PNP. If people voted JLP, yes, persons went and voted JLP, then God would just move the X up to the head. So it would become a vote for the PNP. So I don't know what Sister P is waiting for. I mean, suggesting to us that she doesn't really believe in what we have been told on her behalf by her prophets. Some of it by herself, because she did say that that God had chosen her. She was God's appointment. If she believes in the power of God, what is she worrying about? Call the election next week, whenever. The earliest possible time, have it over with. And of course, the polls are telling us that that the PNP is ahead. Mr. Don Anderson is telling us that 61, and I can't get this out of my head, 61% of the people believe that the country is headed in the wrong direction. 61% believe the country is headed in the wrong direction. But 55%, all but 6% of that number, think that the government is doing a good job. No, there is idiocy at work here, right? There is most certainly idiocy at work. It is either that the people of this country are damned idiots, right? In that they can think that the country is going in the wrong direction, but also think that those who are leading it in the wrong directions are doing a good job. Or that the idiocy has to do with the polling. One of the two. But then, you know, I've always said to you that that polls are not to be relied on. Right? They're not to be relied on. The pollster can tell you anything that he thinks you will believe and wants you to believe. Anything. And you have no means of knowing whether what he told you had any shred of accuracy to it. You have no means, for example, of knowing whether the pollster just sat down in his office and wrote up the numbers on a piece of paper and submitted it to the newspaper for publication. You have no means of knowing. So that could be all that it is. Now, I am not in a position, similarly, I have no evidence that that is what happened. But the whole business of polling is shrouded in uncertainty. That is the point I'm making. You don't know whether what the pollster tells you is true or not. But, we're having a sort of coming together of the polls. At one time, the polls were telling us that the two parties were neck and neck. And they kept on telling us that. Bill Johnson, Don Anderson. The Stone poll, they were not in it yet. But we heard that the two parties were neck and neck. And I told you, didn't I? I told you what the outcome would be. Now, there's a new factor in the equation. The Stone polls, led by a lady that everybody keeps calling Mrs. Wyverlin Gager. But who, as I understand it, is Mrs. Wyverlin Patterson? Why are they keeping away from... She's married to a Mr. Patterson. I don't know if her being divorced from him. Anyway, we take a break. We come back in a moment.
Workers in the light and power industry, the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union is you and your family's best bet for attractive loans and investment options. The time by the JPS Employees Co-op Credit Union, your financial partner for life, is
10:15.
A jerk pork, nicey. I can't think of nothing sweeter than Jamaican jerk pork. Me can't think of whole heap of thing like Jamaican chicken, egg, fish, curry goat. Most Jamaican farmers use high-pro feeds because they're formulated from the finest ingredients and contain no hormones. So support our local pig farmers. Buy Jamaican pork because farmers who want satisfied customers trust high-pro feeds. High-pro feeds, your partner for profitable production.
I want to be an election day worker.
I worked in the last general elections, and I'm proud to be a part of the democracy. I felt quite safe, and the process is thorough and fair.
The EOJ needs 3,000 additional workers for Election Day. We're seeking persons with at least 1 year tertiary education living in the Kingston, St. Andrew, Medicine, Catherine areas. We're making a special appeal to teachers and civil servants to join our team. Pick up an application form at shop number 21, Portmore Pines Plaza, EOJ, 43 Duke Street, the Election Center, 9th floor, Towers, New Kingston, or call 922-9015 for details. Do it for democracy. Do it for Jamaica.
Do you need financial help to achieve your short or long-term goals? At the Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, they'll help you achieve them through their Solid Saver account, Partner Plus, Future Club account, Golden Harvest, and fixed deposit accounts. Go in and choose any of their saving plans to meet your goals today. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, where service exceeds expectations. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. The editor of the Sunday Observer, who is also the president of the Press Association of Jamaica, harmed himself with a wonderful story. Harmed himself with a wonderful story yesterday. Did I say the Sunday Observer? Oh, I'm sorry. It's the Sunday Herald. And the editor of the Sunday Herald harmed himself with a lovely story yesterday. Stone poles dumped. And he tells of, interesting. Well, the owners of the stone pole, Gore Stew, Mr. Butch Stewart's company, they bought the poles not so long ago, and this would have been the first pole, I believe, done by the stone team after the transfer to Gore Stew. Now they produced a poll which should have been published in the Observer. I hear, well, the Herald is suggesting, I beg your pardon, the Herald is suggesting that the poll result was not published in the Observer because it showed the PNP having a substantial lead over the Jamaica Labour Party. And the Gore Stew people and the Observer people, and they're connected. They didn't want to publish polls which showed the PNP significantly ahead of the JLP. Apparently, what the editor is putting forward, what the paper is putting forward, is the idea that the Observer and Mr. Butch Stewart are now all committed to the Jamaica Labour Party, and are using their newspaper, I suppose, to campaign on behalf of the Labour Party. Gore Stew, on the other hand, is pointing out that they published a poll by Mr. Don Anderson, which had the PNP ahead. So it cannot be that they don't want to publish a poll showing the PNP ahead. And significantly ahead, 4 points. Gostu is saying that the poll results were not released, they were, made available to other persons before they were handed over to Gostu, the company that owned the poll, and that had commissioned the poll. So, I have no difficulty believing this story put out by Gostu, because I heard on an evening program, I think it would have been one evening early last week, a caller wanting to know why was it that the Observer, and this would have been then before this story broke in the Herald, wanting to know why it was that the Observer had not published the polls, and putting forward the suggestion that it had to do with the fact that the PNP was leading according to those polls by, I can't remember whether it was 7 or 8%, somewhere in that area. So he obviously knew about it. And he was one of the regular callers that, seemed to tend in a PNP direction, when whatever he has to say is supportive of the PNP. So he obviously knew about it. And I suppose there would have been others that knew about it. And this gives some truth to the Gostu story. Some evidentiary support to the Gostu story. Now, I suppose that this commotion, this additional publicity, I don't know, it may well be to the liking of the party, because not only are they having the Anderson poll putting them ahead, and the Bill Johnson poll is to come, and I suppose it will have them similarly ahead. But, there is all this commotion about the Stone poll. The additional publicity and, attracting attention and so on. So I think that but the thing is that one might ask the question, if the Stone poll on people, or the particular polling team has broken up with Gostu, why don't they just enlist the Herald? I don't suppose they could call themselves the Stone poll, but I suppose they might call themselves the Rockstone poll. But whatever, right? Give themselves a name and poll for the Observer and tell us that the PNP is 25 points ahead. I mean, I'm sure that they could get this done by election day. And if they could then publish on the eve of the election a story, a poll saying that the PNP is 25 points ahead, I'm sure that would more than do. Anyway, the question is when is the election going to be? What is Sister P waiting on? Does she not believe what her prophets told her? That God has made the decision that she is to be the Prime Minister. And if God has made it, who is there in this world that cannot make it? No. Maybe the problem is that Sister P doesn't believe them. Maybe. And if she doesn't believe them, should you? That is the question. Okay, let's, shall we go to the break? 3 minutes away from the break. All right, let's take a call. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, good morning.
Morning to you, sir.
Anyway, I'd like to deal with a few things.
Yes, comrade.
Yeah, X-Man.
I hope you're not coming campaigning on this program.
Then what wrong with the campaign? And I said the campaign
no,
on
man. This program is not about campaigning.
Yeah, man. Anyhow, the comrades will say otherwise.
No, this program is about information, hard information, and fair opinion.
Yeah, man. Really, I'm going to present fair opinion.
Okay.
Anyhow, you hear about who to pick?
What does that word mean?
I searched my dictionary, but I don't find it, but it's supposed to be some good for nothing people.
Good for nothing? Old nigger.
Old nigger.
Dirty old nigger.
Yeah, man, the old nigger, the Attorney General said, oh, dirty old nigger, labor right them.
I see.
Shall he call them dirty labor right
he didn't,
olden days, you know?
Yes, but he didn't use the word dirty.
No, man, he called them who to pick.
Who to pick. I see.
And I hear him say that they usually have their little niceness inside.
Yes.
But they must not go outside and behave like they who to pick them.
Oh.
But further on in go on.
So who to pick is a kind of Jezebel.
Yeah, man, Jezebel. Then further on go on and say, comrades, let us win and then go out and quarrel amongst ourselves.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, man, instead them all win first and then they go outside and quarrel among themselves.
I see.
But
or go outside or inside?
Outside, man. When them inside, they're not quarreling, calling niceness, you know.
I see.
Yeah, man, inside and niceness, but outside a quarrel. And the labor right, them are all who to pick.
I see.
But Mr. Perkins, the only thing I'm sorry is that Mr. Nicholson never indicated who he was supporting in the presidential race. Because he would have outdone Mr. Knight.
Oh, yes?
Yeah, man.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, creating wealth for our clients every single day. For expert stock portfolio management, foreign currency investments, and competitive returns, call Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, 960-639-024. The time by Ideal Portfolio Services Company Limited, 17 Ripon Road, Kingston 5 is
10:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road and 145 Constant Spring Road. Massive sale on steel, lumber, 5/8 form ply, cement and more. Take our competitors' quotations to us, and we'll beat the prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody. Telephone 969-3382. That's 969-3382.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. This afternoon, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions across the island. Tonight will be mainly fair. Tuesday and Wednesday are expected to be mainly fair, becoming partly cloudy during the afternoons. Thursday, look for partly cloudy skies with scattered afternoon showers in the east. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Meloy's Distributors Limited and Lloyd's Sales Hardware, 98 Red Hills Road, Kingston 19. Now open, 145 Constant Spring Road, Kingston 8. Before you buy, compare our prices, because nobody beats us. Nobody.
Smells great, tastes better. Your favorite Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Delve into our delicious Dr. Luscious cheese bread, pineapple cake and raisin cake, and our tasty Tassie orange, coconut and cherry cakes. Available at all major supermarkets and stores island-wide. Fresh, savory and mouth-watering baked brands. Dr. Luscious and Tassie line of products. Baked and distributed by Breads and More Limited, 27 East Street, Old Harbor. Telephone 983-0644. Dr. Luscious and Tassie Baked products. Just what the doctor ordered.
How do we know that no one ever says, hey, let's go to the gas station?
Or that coffee has a lifespan?
How do we know that sometimes you need refilling even more than your car?
Or that you like knowing where you're going better than not knowing?
How do we know that being in a restroom at 7 a.m. doesn't help you at 7 p.m.?
Or that your today's list never gets shorter? How do we know? Because at Esso, we also spend a lot of time on the road. That's why at every one of our stations, you'll always find clean restrooms, bright lights, and people to help speed you on your way. After all, if you have to stop, the least we can do is keep you going.
How do we know that you have better things to do than to spend time with us?
Or that at 3 in the morning, even men will stop and ask for directions?
How do we know? Because at Esso, we're drivers too.
Caribbean Limited, the prestigious manufacturers and distributors of high-quality household products. Products such as Super Bright Ceramic Cleaner, Super Pine Disinfectant, and Chlorite Bleach can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here on land. Hello? Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
At the same time, I hear Mr. Knight talking about the Utopec.
Mr. Knight?
Yeah, not Mr. Knight, Mr. Nicholson.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. I hear him talking about going around and buying votes.
Mm-hmm.
And there's argument about yam them out and vote them out.
Uh-huh.
But you know, if you take nothing from them.
Uh-huh.
I want to know who have more money for buy vote and buying vote.
Well, I also heard him say that that they mustn't allow people to buy your vote because to buy you, right? Before the election, because after the election they will sell you. Sell you out.
But he's 18 years in power and buying vote, you know, with the resources of the state.
Well, sir, I don't know.
Well, you have to be modest, but we in the political field know exactly how the game play, and they are masters at that.
Yes, all right. So, what of fact and hard information you have to tell me now?
Anyhow, in terms of the poll, I hear Reverend Roper saying this morning that the Stone poll is the most reliable of the polls.
Uh-huh.
But one thing I know is that Dr. Baxil is not a Dr. Carlstone.
Uh-huh.
And the rest of people that make up that poll.
Uh-huh.
And I hear you talking about the Sunday Herald embracing the Stone poll. That would make a very good combination, because the last election, the Sunday Herald pollster was the same Bill Johnson of the PNP that gone to the Gleaner now.
Well, the Sunday Herald's pollster.
Yeah, man, in the last general election.
The only problem with the Herald taking on the Stone poll is that unless the election were held on a Monday, it wouldn't be possible for them to publish a poll on the eve of the election, giving the PNP 20 points, or 9 points even.
Well, I hear the Deacon say this morning, say, would I expect the GLP to be leading by 25% after 18 years?
Well, if people told me...
So you see how the people in Licky can allow themselves to be bought out,
I don't know whether the people are any such things. But all I can say is that I agree with the Deacon. If people said, if 61% of the people say that the country is moving in the wrong direction, then I would expect an even greater than 25% margin.
Of course. But they don't know why they're suffering, because PNP mix up their head with the spin doctors, including the intellectuals from the university.
I don't know, sir. I don't know. I don't know that what the people have said,
But Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
You see, in terms of the poll and fighting for the minds of the people, the real battle is really between not the Sunday Herald and the Observers, what they want to put out, but between the Observer and the Gleaner. Because both of them were supporting the PNP in the last election, but due to certain occurrences, you have certain diversion.
So, what are these diversions? What are these diversions?
Now, man, you remember about free as a bird and thing of the sort. After you lift up the pressure and put it on the poor, that have to pay. And who did say Omar is the greatest finance minister Jamaica has ever seen? And then this man here Dan Anderson carried out a poll for market services and said that the Observer was selling more than the Gleaner. And the Gleaner moved him as the pollster, put Bill Johnson, the PNP pollster, in charge. So you have the connection between the Gleaner, Bill Johnson, Dr. Finn, the Prophet, and the PNP that bring Bill Johnson here is a deadly tandem,
I see.
The Jamaican people better wake up and allow the Gleaner and these trickster pollsters, bogus Prophet, and the PNP to trick them.
I follow you.
I was saying go and get what they get in Venezuela with Mr. Chavez taking over
the media. I don't know that these people are bogus or anything of that.
But these people are tricksters and fine men and women.
No, don't say that.
Who go around in all kind of clothes.
Don't say that, sir. You will have to present some evidence of it.
The evidence is here facing the people, but they don't read and they don't listen.
All the best to you. Okay, hello?
No.
Hello?
Hello, good morning.
Morning to you, Mom.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
You know I'm selling downtown in the no vending area.
You are?
I am selling downtown in the no vending area.
Well, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that?
No, because that is my livelihood and it has sent my children them to school and so.
Uh-huh.
So I'm in the no.
Hold on, Mom.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, speak to her. Go ahead.
I'm in the no vending area selling. And I hear some conversation said, a lady saying, Asmouth. So I said, who named Asmouth? I didn't know that it was a policeman, and the policeman just come from nowhere, take away my load, give me a $5,000 fine that I must go to court. I have my son's school fee to pay, $12,000, and I have...
Oh, God.
No, Mr. Perkins, you tell me if this country is running right. Them not sending anybody to get work. You can't get no work. I not even have a good education to get a proper work to mind my two sons.
Oh, God. So you, oh, God. So you go vending in the...
Yes, I have to go to court the 25th of this month. Not even a week. I'm in the no vending area.
So you have to go to court.
Yes, I have to go to court and pay the $5,000. And I have to pay my son's school fee, the 27th. Yes, I have to go to court.
And on top of that, he has taken away your goods. Eh?
What you saying, Mr.
On top of that, are you listening to the radio?
No, I'm not listening to the radio.
On top of all that, he has taken away the goods that you were selling.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Well, Mom, the fact of the matter is that you were breaking the law.
Yeah.
But I...
Mr. Perkins, believe you me, not eating a good Sunday dinner I couldn't eat. I couldn't eat still mackerel and rice. I give my son them to go to bed Sunday night. Sunday night, because them take my load from 11 o'clock in the morning. And the whole I eat, Mr. Perkins, I don't have no money and I'm supposed to go to court the 25th. I don't have nothing else to sell.
Oh, God. Yes, Mom, that is
what must I do now?
Could you not have gone into a vending area? Where is it?
I'm in a no vending area.
Eh?
I'm in a no vending area, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
You have two sides on West Queen Street. One is no vending area and one is vending area. And I'm in the no vending area.
Then why didn't you go into the vending area?
I'm in the no vending area. Not in the vending area. I'm in the no vending area.
I mean, when you say you're in the... No, you live...
the vending area, I mean.
That's where you're... In the what?
In the vending... The place where we're supposed to sell the vending area.
Oh, that is where you are?
Yeah. My mistake, sir.
Oh, you were in the vending area?
Yes.
And there were people around who saw you there?
Yes, what if the people there saw me there?
Well, go to court and tell the judge that you were in the vending area.
And sometimes the judge, I'm not listening to you, Mr. Perkins. Them just run you out. I have other people who went up there. And them said nobody, them just run them and tell them pay the fine and leave.
Are you serious?
I'm serious, Mr. Perkins.
You don't believe the judge listens to you, Mom?
Them not listening to you more than them tell you pay the fine or 10 days in prison.
Oh boy. And people in your area believe that is how the judges behave?
I don't get that, Mr. Perkins.
I said your people around you.
Yes.
That is what you believe of the judges, that they're not listening to you?
Of course. Everybody around me know that.
No, Mom. That can't be so.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. If you don't believe me, take a walk downtown and ask the people them if you think it's untruth I tell you.
Hold on just a moment.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now
10:45. Today's weather brief is brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Doctors say 65% of us are overweight. Get help now.
Celebrate a new you. You could drop a jean size or two for summer. For the month of June only, for every 2 wraps purchased, you will get 1 free. Feel and look wonderful. Suddenly Slender body wraps. Get a butt, hip, thigh, and tummy makeover. No surgery. Suddenly Slender. Shops 14 and 15 Hilton Kingston. 920-1139 or 997-1909.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. This afternoon, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions across the island. Tonight will be mainly fair. Tuesday and Wednesday are expected to be mainly fair, becoming partly cloudy during the afternoons. Thursday, look for partly cloudy skies with scattered afternoon showers in the east. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Suddenly Slender Jamaica Limited. Feel better, look better, improve your health. Call 920-1139.
When it
nutrition, a fine food tradition.
Fine food for your family. Put Eve on your plate.
Eve, the first family of fine foods. So, who is the lucky bride?
Lucky who? I just pick up my suit from Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor.
From foreign? No, Victor Wilson Bespoke Tailor, shop 47 Twin Gates Plaza. Their suits are equivalent to suits from West End London.
But Bespoke Tailor is a Jamaican tailor right a yard. And them have the best tailor-made suits about you.
Bespoke Tailor? No wonder I thought you were spoken for.
Victor Wilson, Bespoke Tailor, 926-7587.
Hey, Red, rodeos are coming. Rodeo. The premium energy drink. Distributed by Brosco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road. Telephone 908-1211.
Welcome to Rodeo Energy Drink. Available island-wide.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Morning, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was expecting that lady to be still here.
Oh, good morning to you, sir.
Morning, sir.
I'm sorry that I've replaced the lady. If I were you, I would much prefer to speak into the lady myself.
No, but I tell you something. Did you hear her?
No, unfortunately, I didn't.
All right.
Mr. Perkins, there's two matters, sir.
Yeah.
One is that a very good friend of mine told me that his helper, who was a squatter on some lands up in Norbrook Heights area, not quite sure of the exact location, was approached by a politician of the ruling party some time ago. Some time ago, maybe a couple of years, right? All the squatters were, in fact, and they paid $40,000 to get their squatting rights legalized and get titles. They received no titles. And when my friend made some noise about it through some of his connections...
Hold on a little bit. The squatting rights were going to be legalized.
Right.
By this politician?
Right.
How?
Well, they would get a title for the land on which they lived. That's my understanding. But it went on and on and on. And a prominent politician, it's on the radio often, TV often, never got it. They never got it. And when my friend went to some of his connections, the money was actually paid back to his helper. Right? Some of the other people have not got the money, but nobody's got any title at all. I think, so somebody should really look at things like these, because this probably happens in Norbrook, probably happens all over the place. And these poor people have no recourse to anything.
Well, but I mean, is it right that whose land is it that they were on?
I don't know. But they've been squatting there for some time.
It can't be right for things to be gone about in that way.
Well, I don't know, Mr. Perkins. A lot of squatting lands have been so-called legalized in a lot of ways that...
Well, I know that this started back in the 1970s.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. And it has continued. Right? And a lot of things have gone on that are very dubious and nobody knows anything about it. But certainly the government doesn't do anything about it. There one other point that I would like to mention to you that has been brought to my attention of Kingfisher made a raid in St. Elizabeth.
A raid?
Yes, in southeast St. Elizabeth.
Uh-huh.
Right? Comapen, I think the name of the place is. I don't remember. Cheapside or something, right? Cheapside is the area where the PNPs of BNP vehicle drove into and was stoned after a meeting. Despicable act, right? I mean, those things should never occur, but it happened. But I find it coincidental that that is the only place that Kingfish choose to go and raid.
Well, hold on. The fact that two things happen, one after the other,
probably there is no relation.
does not mean that there is a connection between them.
I never said there was. I just said I find it coincidental.
Well,
I never said there's a relationship in it, so I hope there is not. Because if there is a relationship, it is worse.
Yes, there's no necessary relationship between them.
Not necessarily. But we should keep an eye on these things, you know. We should keep an eye on what goes on, because I remember a man called Ferdy Yapsam. Do you remember Mr. Perkins?
I remember the name, yes.
Yes, he had a peace walk in his constituency a day or two before the election.
Yes.
And then he was detained by the police for the entire election day. Remember?
Yes.
Oh, some people are to be trusted and some are not to be trusted. I don't know about the difference. I don't know how you tell the difference.
But I don't know that there's anything to indicate something of the kind happening here.
I don't know, sir. It just says that be aware. Be aware. And just not to take up any much more of your time. So one thing that struck me as a bit unusual, Mr. Walker is his name, the director of
elections, yes.
All of a sudden he has discovered a golden ballot.
A what?
But the golden ballot. The ballot where you take a mark ballot from a political representative, you drop it in.
Oh, yes, that. But that has been going on for years.
Right, but he has just discovered it. And he's in charge of, he has been in charge of elections so far, 2 elections or whatever.
Yes.
And he has just discovered
Well,
that.
it might be argued better late than never.
Yeah, but this is common knowledge. Where was he? Where was he? Or was a blind eye turned to it? I don't know.
I don't know, sir.
You know, I would like Mr. Walker to tell us why he never knew about it. How it just came to his attention. Everybody knew about it.
Well,
I found that unusual.
I don't know.
Which bears, to me, which gives me a little doubt about Mr. Walker, I must tell you.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, it does, because he's just finding about something that's common knowledge in Jamaica.
Yes, but I don't think anybody will be rushing to tell him about it. I don't know.
I don't know. Have a good day, Mr. Ferg.
All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Bye-bye.
That story with that woman who had her things, her goods taken away by the police, you know, it's very, if she was in fact selling in a no vending area, she's breaking the law, yes, but what options does she have? She has to pay her children's school fees. She has to support those children in terms of feeding them and so on. She has no job. No job is available for her to get. She hasn't got much of an education, she says. What does she do? You know, and it points out that in order to have order in a society, it requires not just that you have law or laws, right? But that people have options which do not involve breaking the law. People have options for achieving their reasonable expectations along law-abiding pathways. Right? If you deprive people of the opportunity to achieve their reasonable expectations without breaking the law, then what do you expect them to do? Lie down and die? Or get up and break the law? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good morning, sir.
Hi, Mr. Perkins. How are you doing?
Well, not as well as I would hope to have been doing, but, you know.
Well, by now your salt's supposed to run out of your wooden spoon, so you should be sucking, your wooden spoon by now.
Well, maybe that's better than sucking salt.
All right, so Perkins. Couple of things, but one of the interesting things, I have never seen this one in my life, where the solid waste people put out an invitation to tender some time ago.
Yes.
Well, they actually withdrew it this morning, but an interesting part of the requirement, I have never heard of that before, was that apart for you to be qualified for the tender, apart from the NCC qualification and so on, you must have 5-year experience in road sweeping.
5 years experience in road building.
Sweeping.
Road what?
The tender is to sweep the streets.
To sweep the road?
Yes.
Oh, I see. And you need to have 5 years
experience
in road sweeping. In 5 years experience in road sweeping.
Yes. Now, this is after the Attorney General asked these people when the contracts were up 2 years ago that they should put the contracts out to tender. 2 years later, well, they withdrew it this morning. I don't know what was the basis for the withdrawal. I'm sorry, Sunday. I don't know what was the basis for the withdrawal, but certainly it would be a clear indication to me that if you want to keep the present person's contractor employed under a particular government system, then that is what you would put in as a requirement.
Absolutely, yes.
To do 5 years experience in sweeping streets. Wow.
I wonder if those contractors are any of them relatives of politicians.
But that is the most ridiculous.
You saw this thing where the contractor general is concerned about the need for legislation to control.
Yeah, but I don't think you need that legislation. You just need some police to go and do the work that they are needing to go do, you see?
Yes, but he can't get anything out of the parliamentarians about it.
Yeah, but, Mr. Perkins,
or out of Parliament.
This foolishness, if you expend government funds in an improper way, there's a proper way to deal with it.
Except that I don't know what does the law provide in relation to this, sir? When public funds are spent improperly, is there any legislation for?
But the law is the law, and some people think that the law is not a shackle, but
yes, but there are no penalties.
Applies to
there are no penalties, are there?
To every Jamaican who break it.
Hold on a moment for me.
Make it Cake World for freshly baked products, bread, picture and character cakes, pastry, buns and more. For a delightful taste, visit Cake World, shop number 9 Premier Plaza, LOJ Shopping Center and 12 French Street, Spanish Town. Telephone 920-3570. The time by Cake World is 11 o'clock.
Summer is hot at Bromelia House, and we're not talking weather. It's time again for our annual Bromelia House Sizzling Summer Sale. 2 weeks only, June 18 through 30. Up to 50% off. From hardware to houseware, Bromelia House is your complete home center. 1 Ward Avenue, Mandeville, and High Street, Black River. Summer means savings at Bromelia House. Remember the sale date, June 18 through 30.
At first, I thought I was seeing doubles.
I thought I was tasting doubles.
The size is amazing.
The taste is amazing.
The Double Zinger is back. Even bigger than before.
And even more flavorful.
Yes, the hot and spicy Double Zinger is back and now available in spicy barbecue. Amazing size, amazing flavor. The spicy barbecue Double Zinger. The Double Zinger sandwich. Ever take some heating? KFC is finger-licking good.
J&J Pharmacy, located at 82 Barnett Street and shop number 3 Embassy Place, Montego Bay, has all that you need in a pharmacy. If they don't have what you need, they will definitely get it for you. All major health cards, including JADEP and NHF, are accepted. Go see them today. A pleasant staff awaits you. Opening hours for Barnett Street, 8:30 a.m. to 10 p.m. Monday to Saturday, and 10 a.m. to 8 p.m. on Sundays and holidays. Embassy Place, 8:30 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. Monday to Saturday. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello?
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Mr. Perkins, you know something that I would like to discuss with you? How do we treat our citizens in this country, especially citizens that come under, particular kind of stress? We had a fire yesterday morning in Portmore on the Passage 4 Drive area.
Yes.
Where 3 families were left homeless.
Uh-huh.
An amazing thing that I was told last night by some of the persons that are there. You can imagine you are burnt out. You have lost everything.
Yeah.
And the people that are responsible for the area that you are involved with, the political representative, I was surprised to hear that they were being told that, okay, they should go to the fire station and get a report. And when they get the report, then they should go back to the mayor's office and to bring the letter. No, one would think that a person, a family being burnt out would be under acute stress at that point in time.
Yes.
Is there no social services available to these citizens where the politician don't just sit down and say, oh, you go to the fire station and go get this report and come back? What are we paying some of these public servants to do, Mr. Perkins?
Well, sir, I don't think that the primary object of government in this country is to serve and protect the citizens of this country. Right? That is where your problem starts.
But if I'm sitting down and running, whether the municipality or as a member of parliament or whatever, one would think that in a community like Portmore, you have a citizens burnt out. You would have a liaison officer from the municipal office that would go down there, get the information from these people, liaison with the fire department, say, listen, these people have been burnt out, we need to get a record from the fire department. Because nobody's even asking this family, where are you going to sleep tonight,
Yes.
We as politicians would have show up and we say, yes, well, the PMP man come and the GLP man come and him promise a few goodies tomorrow morning. But what happens to the citizen of this country, the human beings in Portmore that have been burnt out yesterday, these women with their children, their sons and daughters, where are they going to sleep the night? What is the responsibility of a government to these people?
There are, so far as I'm aware, no social services that address that issue.
Right?
Right.
And we're talking about seriously governing and how we will looking out for poor people and we love them and all this thing. That is when you love poor people. That is what you seem to put it. You know, we are now just getting to the point where, you know, people are going into counseling and psychology in a big way. And you're walking up, there's a lot of people walking up and down in Jamaica with a myriad of problems. And nobody is taking these people into consideration, right? And saying, how are we going to deal with this thing? We have one of the largest community in Portmore. And we have one fire truck in the Portmore area. One. There's a truck there that has been turned over a couple of months ago, Mr. Perkins, that I am absolutely sure, less than $500,000 can repair the truck and send it back on the road, while all the fandangos is going on so that the citizens of Portmore. Because if we had a decent fire truck, that tree house that burned down yesterday, it would have probably only have been one. Right? And we are fooling around with, yes, we're getting reports. But nowadays you have pictures, you have video cameras. You go and take a video camera thing of the truck, take pictures of it, and continue investigation, repair the truck and say, this is one of the brand new trucks that we have just taken over, you know.
Oh, is that so?
Yes, all that happened to the truck is the cab has been damaged. You just need a body man to go there with a body jack out the thing, get a windscreen put in there, fix up by the body of the truck. You don't even have to spray it where you can't find the money. Put the truck on the road. The engine is nothing is wrong with it. Right?
Yes,
and
but
we are sitting on fooling around with the citizens of this country, and we're talking about how they love poor people. When you love poor people, you have to deal with the needs of the people. A person's stressed out. You can't be telling me at that point in time, I must go to the fire station and go get a report. I want them where my next meal is coming from. I want them where my next clothes for my child is coming from.
This business of this business of loving poor people is a little piece of politicizing nonsense, you know. Because if you love poor people, right, and you want therefore poor people to be better off, right? To be able to earn some decent living for themselves and to lift themselves out of poverty. Then you must love rich people too.
Well, of course.
Because what you need is to love the people who can create the industries, who can invest money
you have hit the nail
in businesses which will demand the labor of poor people and therefore make it possible for poor people to earn something and improve their condition and be better off than they were before.
Well,
right?
You see,
so when people talk about loving poor people, there's a lot of ridiculous nonsense. And possibly speaks of ignorance rather than of anything else. Huh?
You know why that come about? When a socialist put on a suit and call himself a capitalist, then those things will happen because he doesn't know the difference between making a business profitable so that people can get jobs. Because if, as you are saying, if you want to love poor people, you have to give them a job so that they can earn and teach these people how to fish rather than trying to give them a fish each time.
Right? And if those persons who were burnt out had decent incomes and were able to insure their houses, right? And had some money in the bank where they could probably go and rent something immediately, whatever, right? Then their condition would be so much better.
You know, the real statistic came home to me when I was talking to one lady down there last night. When I realized that young lady, her daughter, needs to be graduated from school, the uniforms are burnt up, the clothes burned up, everything is gone for this young miss. Now her life has to continue on a daily basis thereafter.
Yes.
There is absolutely no social services that I am seeing within the municipality of Portmore, right? Under the leadership of Mayor Jardley at the moment, that is saying to these people, listen, we are going to send a liaison officer. We are going to get in touch with the Ministry of Social Security. We are going to do this or do that. What they're telling persons, you go and get this, and then you come back up here and see, whether we can solve a little problem for you. The citizens need to be treated in a proper way. And this is rubbish in this 2007, Mr. Perkins. It is total rubbish. The money that they waste, they need to get a social worker in the municipality to deal with things like these.
Yes.
Right? And stop wasting time and people's time and believe that people, when a man can't even find dinner from, and he must go and walk up and down now, go get letter from fire station and come back, and he must go to the municipality.
But what is the need for a letter from the fire station?
I suppose it is to say you have lost your bill, because when your passport, your birth certificate and all of these things have been burnt, for you to recover them, you would have had to get a letter from the fire station to suppose to tell them that this fire has occurred at your premises, and therefore you need to. But I'm saying to you, what I'm looking at it, is the humanitarian part of this thing. That is saying, I got burnt out last night, and your mind is gone, your whole thought process is disorientated. And what is the well-thinking leaders of the city?
There are no systems. There are no systems set up, sir, because the primary object of government in this country is not to serve the interests of its citizens, right? And until that becomes the foremost thought in the minds of our government and those who govern, right? You will not get that kind of system or, facilities arranged in the country. And money will be used for other priorities and not for that kind of thing.
Well, I'm telling you, some of the news reports and items I'm seeing out there of improprieties and, misconduct among our public officials and their lavish lifestyles.
Yeah.
Some of it would be better serving the people of this country. People are asking, what is it that the Labour Party is bringing forward? These are some of the issues that we intend to take forward.
Well, the Labour Party must tell the people that, mustn't it?
No, well, that's why I'm telling you, Mr. Perkins. We are bringing forward things to serve the people of this country, because we cannot sit down and have a situation on our hands where the people are burnt out, and you are going to ridiculously tell these people, go and get some letter here. Get the letter with what? The person's bus fare has been burnt up in the fire?
Yes, indeed. All right, sir. Thank you very much.
Okay.
All the best to you. We take a break. We come back shortly.
Only the best is good enough for you. So get the best and widest range of tiles, various sizes to suit your style. Floor, wall tiles, Cameron Industries, Tiles, 963-0628 and 906-3862. The time by Cameron Industries Joinery Limited is
11:15.
The following segment of Perkins Online is brought to you by Dr. Glass for all your auto glass needs.
Mommy, not do you. Only the windshield broke.
Call it Dr. Glass.
Call Dr. Glass for all your auto glass needs. Windshields, rear, door, vent, quarter glass for all make vehicles. 237 Marcus Garvey Drive at 3 miles.
And now in Catherine Hall, Montego Bay. Call 971-7853.
Thank God for Dr. Glass.
Call now. 1-888-Dr. Glass.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Back here online. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I want to relate an incident that
happened to me on Saturday.
Yes.
I was coming up Orange Street about sometime after 4. And if you have any knowledge of downtown Kingston and a Saturday afternoon, with people crossing the road, I was coming up Orange Street. I think it's Bexford Street that go across there.
You were coming, which road were you coming
up? Orange Street.
Orange Street, yes.
Yeah. Vehicle was in front of me, all right? My nephew was in the van with me, and his girlfriend and a friend of hers. All right. They said that they were going down Bedford Street to buy something. So they pulled the door to come out. Imagine, I can't go anywhere now because a vehicle in front of me and people crossing the road. And would you believe me that a policeman came out and stopped and come in front of me and tell me to pull over? And that was less than 5 seconds, you know. Say I'm obstructing traffic.
You were obstructing traffic?
Yes.
And when he was telling you this, when he told you to pull over, did you pull over?
Yeah, I had to pull over. Yeah.
And you did so immediately?
Yeah.
So there was nothing in front of you?
Yes, so after the vehicle passed, I went up and I parked over the other side.
Yes, so hold on a little bit. There was a car in front of you?
In front of me.
Right? A line of traffic?
Yeah.
Right? And so your nephew and his girlfriend and their friend opened the doors of the car and came out.
And came out.
And you are saying, and the policeman immediately told you to pull over.
Yeah, that I
And you immediately pulled over?
No. After the road clear, I went up and pulled over.
Well, I thought you said you did so immediately.
No.
Well,
so I want to know.
So he gave you a ticket?
Yeah, he gave me a ticket.
Yes. Well, if I were you, I'd go to court. I wouldn't pay the ticket. I would go to court.
Yeah, because they tell me to sign the paper and I didn't sign it.
Yes, and you have your nephew and his girlfriend and their friend as witnesses.
Yeah.
Well, going to cause you a little trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, in terms of your time, right? But it's worth fighting.
But can you obstruct traffic for less than 5 seconds?
I should not have thought so. But if the other cars in front of you, well, did the cars move before the people actually got out of the car?
Yes, because he stopped me. And in any case, I couldn't move because there are a lot of people crossing the road.
Yes. Well, I would go to court. It seems to me that you have a good case.
Okay.
All right?
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Okay, hello? Hello? You know, if this man is correct and the policeman did behave like that, is that a good thing? Is that creating a disposition among the people who are so affected for orderliness and law-abiding and for regarding the police as friends rather than enemies? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good
morning.
Good morning to you, Ma'am.
I'm calling from New Jersey.
From where?
I have a few points to make regarding that gentleman with
Yes,
fire
would you speak up
incident.
a bit for me?
I'm calling regarding a few things, but the first one's regarding the gentleman just called regarding the fire incident.
Yes.
Okay. Is these people own a home? Because it's their responsibility when they own a home to have their homeowner's insurance to protect their own self.
You have homeowners insurance if you can afford it. You have to be able.
I would think that
you have to be able to afford it.
Should that's your primary residence, and for your own safety and for your own protection, they should have homeowners insurance. That should be a primary.
Yes,
but if you have a car, you have to have car insurance.
No. People have to be able to feed themselves and their children. They have to survive. If they cannot survive, then homeowners insurance means nothing to them.
But maybe I'm from the old school because I was born in Jamaica. And when I migrated here in 1972, we had a fire, you know, and I had just came here. And I had a tenant insurance because I was renting at the time.
Yes.
And I thought that was primary. I didn't have a lot of money either, you know, and but I thought that was more important for me with my kids to have insurance.
Look here, it is...
Maybe it's because I'm the old school, I think that...
No, but hold on for a moment. It is important to have, and good, to have insurance, right? It is useful to have insurance. But you have insurance only, it's also useful to have a motor car, right?
I don't have a car.
You don't have a car.
I can't afford one, but I just don't think I need a car.
Yes,
That's the
but...
first thing. Necessity is one thing.
Yes.
And needing is a different thing.
But what I'm saying, Mom, is that it is useful to have a car.
Mm-hmm.
But if you cannot afford the car, then you have to find some way of doing without it.
I know, that's what I'm saying.
But the same has to be true of homeowners insurance. If you cannot afford it, you cannot have it.
But if you have a mortgage and a house, don't you have to have insurance? That I think.
Yes, Mom. Yes, yes. I should expect that.
Exactly.
But I don't know
if they're renting or their own.
I don't know whether these people were renting or whether they were owners, right?
Okay. All right. Another thing is, how long does it take to get a Jamaican passport in Jamaica? Average.
That's a rather difficult one, Mom.
Because a friend of mine applied for a U.S. passport for a child in February of 2007.
Yes.
And up until today, she haven't received the passport. This is a U.S. passport. So I think it's the passport offices here is having the same problem just like Jamaica. So, you know, it's maybe, as I said before, I'm probably from the old school because I grew up in Jamaica, you know, as a child and migrated here to my kids.
Yes.
But I still insist in them that they have to be responsible for what they do and what the choices that they make. You know, I've been to Jamaica on vacation. I don't have any family in Jamaica, but I have friends of my mother who passed away 7 years ago that still lives in Jamaica. And I consider them family. But I don't go to Kingston because there's no need for me to go to Kingston.
Yes.
But I have seen people, and, you know, that kids, 14, 15, having kids. Where are the parents? You know, I am amazed. The same thing happened here, and I asked the same question of parents here, too. If you have a 14-year-old daughter that you know is having sex, shouldn't you make sure that she takes birth control or protect themselves with everything that's going on around?
Well, I don't know, Mom.
But all over the place. But why would be the government the responsibility for a 14-year-old child to get pregnant?
But who is saying that the
parents' responsibility?
Hold on just a moment. Who is saying that the government must take responsibility for that?
Well, I've heard on the program.
On this program?
No, that these people are having kids and there's no job for them, there's no this for them. They don't go to school, so they're only going to get a job if they get pregnant at 14.
Yes, but hold on a moment for me. If people have a social environment, if people are growing up in a social environment in which they have, you know, I heard some years ago on Ronnie Thwaites' program, he was talking about, I think he was interviewing a police officer at the Central Police Station.
Right.
Right? And this officer was telling him that of some youngsters who were in a cell, youngsters between the ages of 15, 16, you know, 18, whatever. And they were in cells at the Kingston, at the Central Police Station.
Right.
And he was talking to them one day. And they were telling him that they didn't expect to live to see 23. 23, 25, right? And therefore, whatever was where they were going to get, they had to get it now.
You
right?
know, I was reading...
No, hold on just a moment. And this is I believe, a fairly widespread phenomenon among people.
Black male.
Well,
particularly black male.
who live in the so-called inner city areas, right?
Mm-hmm.
They are without hope.
Well, I didn't agree with that. I was watching a program like it is yesterday with Kilnova was on the TV yesterday afternoon, and there are programs that these kids. I'm not talking about generally speaking now, because it's everywhere. You watch the news on BBC or other CNN or other channels. You see where in China, in India, in Indonesia, all over, where these kids, and mostly boys, forget about the girls, mostly boys, that get with gangs, that come from good homes or don't have anything, but there are programs that they could go to. I'm sure Jamaica must have a boys club.
A boys club?
And also...
I don't know that.
Let me just give you something. I have three grandsons, right? They're 22, 24, and one just turned 19. When my youngest grandson was 13, he started getting the bad company. You know what I told him? I said, listen, if you ever get locked up for whatever reason, because you break the law, don't ever call my number from wherever you are, because I don't expect you to be in that kind of company. And, you will be my grandson because I love you, but I'm not going to tolerate it, and that's it. You know what happened? He turned himself around. My daughter spoke to him too, but I guess not until somebody else put the foot down and said, listen, this is what I'm expecting of you, and I understand that there is poverty everywhere. Maybe you call me privileged when I was growing up.
But look here, may I point out something to you? That what is called poverty in the United States is not the same as what is called poverty in other... It is not the same thing,
Mom. People
Mom.
that have to get food from the garbage dumps.
Look here.
People that go into garbage to get food here. Trust me, I've seen it. Not in my town.
What is it? What's the poverty line? What is the poverty line in the United States?
Somebody that make, I think, $16,000 or $18,000 a year.
$16,000 or $18,000 a year, right? $18,000 a year. How much is that in Jamaican dollars?
Okay, I have a calculator. Hold on. I don't know. Hold on. Where's my calculator? Hang on.
Hold on one moment. We're going to take a break. Hold on.
The preceding segment of Perkins Online was brought to you by Dr. Glass for all your autoglass needs. Researchers at the University of California, Davis reported that phytonutrients in apple products may help protect against cardiovascular disease. Start drinking Mott's apple juices, distributed by T. Geddes Grant Limited. The time by Mott's Healthy Living is
11:30.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs.
I started worrying what to do when the doctor told me that Mama's arthritis was worsening. But then the nurse told me about Independent Living. It was a dream come true.
Independent Living, the store that cares enough to provide solutions for your physical limitations. Supplies of hospital beds, lift chairs, wheelchairs, bathroom safety and rehab products. Independent Living, the caring store. 10 Merrick Avenue, Kingston 10. Or call 754-2195 or 754-5198. Rising above physical challenges, we can help you do it.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. This afternoon, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions across the island. Tonight will be mainly fair. Tuesday and Wednesday are expected to be mainly fair, becoming partly cloudy during the afternoons. Thursday, look for partly cloudy skies with scattered afternoon showers in the east. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Independent Living, Jamaica's authorized provider of Pride Mobility scooters and lift chairs. Homeowners, building contractors, visit Epic Hardware for the lowest prices on steam shower houses, shower enclosures, lumber, electrical and plumbing fixtures, and so much more. Epic Hardware, 142 Muirhead Avenue, Denby, Maypen. Telephone 986-6170. Epic Hardware, for people who build.
Get automatic busy dial star 66 on your home phone, and you won't have to stay on the phone dialing a busy number, because star 66 will keep redialing the busy number automatically. And once the number is free, your home phone will ring. You can use star 66 to reach more than one busy number at a time,
or even take or make calls during this time.
Amazing. To get automatic busy dial star 66, call 1-888, call CWJ. Conditions apply.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here with you.
$1,152,000.
100 and what?
$1,152,000.
1,100.
1152.
Uh-huh.
Right.
So that's
That's
$1 million. $1,100,000.
No.
Eh?
It's $152,000. $1,152. $152.
Oh, I see. You $1,152,000. Eh?
Yeah, that's it. That's by 64.
Uh-huh. The dollar is what?
Huh?
What do you calculate it at?
By 64.
5.
I put 18,000 because I put the greater amount.
54.
Right, 64.
54 to 1.
54 to 64.
64 to 1.
Yes.
Well, it's a little more than that. It's pretty near.
Okay,
it's over 68.
Right. Okay.
Right.
Right.
But somebody in Jamaica who is earning that isn't doing too badly, you know.
He's not doing badly?
Eh? Yes.
He's doing badly.
He's not doing too badly here in Jamaica.
Oh.
Right? There are a lot of people in Jamaica who are who haven't got jobs, who are not earning that kind of money. Right? And people leave countries like Jamaica and a lot of other countries and go to the United States to find opportunity, and are successful. Right? Here,
you're right.
There are a lot of people who cannot find opportunity here in Jamaica. Right? And there is no welfare aid for them to get.
Well, I never got welfare. I understand what you're saying. There's
I know.
people here that have that program.
I know.
But government promised.
So people, there's a degree of choice that people have in a country like the United States that they do not have in Jamaica. Right?
But there's still
If
people
they
that don't.
if they find themselves on the wrong side of the line, there is very little in the way of hope for them.
What about growing your own stuff?
Growing your own stuff,
Yes, like in your backyard.
but you have to have a backyard in order to do it.
As like I said, I'm probably from the old school because even though I was considered privileged, my grandmother always had a little somewhere where she planted like carrots and tomatoes and
Yes.
and stuff like that. You know, and
Yes, but your grandmother wasn't
that was in Kingston.
in Kingston,
Yes.
and she had a home with a backyard, all her own, where she
Yes.
could grow things.
Yes.
But there are a lot of
things
people.
And give it to the neighbors.
Yes,
too,
but
and
that
share.
look, Mom, there are a lot of people in various areas of Kingston today, right, who are not living in such circumstances, right? They're living in a yard with scores of other people living there too, in little, zinc cardboard huts or whatever, right? Wooden shacks.
Right now,
Uh-huh.
when I come to Jamaica 3 or 4 times a year, and I've always brought like books for the schools in where I go to the hotel.
Yes.
For the school in the neighborhood,
Uh-huh.
that's in that area where I stay.
Yes.
For the schools, but for kids to read. And they're so appreciated. I think that people should do more of that also.
Yes.
You know, like helping communities.
But what is,
There's a lot of,
hold on, Mom. What is necessary in Jamaica there was a time when we were focused on economic development. We were going to transform the economy. We're going to move into the Industrial Revolution and become a developed country. Right? That was going on up to the end of the 1960s. Hadn't reached all that far, but it was going on. They were moving in that direction. Right? At the beginning of the 1970s, all of that was shattered. Right? And we have not got back to it. And there are large numbers of people in Jamaica who, they give you fictional figures about the levels of unemployment. Right?
Yeah, I'm listening.
But the figure is far greater than the government they're telling you about.
Unemployment, Mr.
9% unemployment. That's rubbish.
I agree with you about the poverty level in Jamaica and people not able to do things.
Yes.
But people
not having opportunity, Mom.
Okay, I'm not having
Right?
opportunities.
First of all, they
But
don't
what I'm
have.
saying is that if
They don't.
somebody-
Hold on a little bit. Hold on. The educational opportunities are most inadequate. There are children leaving our secondary schools, we are told, who are illiterate.
There's people here too in New Jersey and New York and all over the United States that leave school, they graduated and they can't read.
They graduate and they can't read.
I asked a little girl the other day.
Eh?
I asked a little girl the other day. She was 16 years and I saw her in the store, and she was with her grandmother, and her grandmother asked her to read something, and the little kid could not read it. She could not read it, and this is a country where education is free.
Yeah. Yes.
You understand what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So it has to, and she goes to school.
Uh-huh.
So what does it say about education?
Well, I don't know. I don't know to the extent to which that experience would be typical of 16-year-olds.
It's a widespread case here. The kids are getting out of school. New York City is something where if you don't just promote by age anymore. If you don't pass the test, you don't get promoted. So you get left back. That's a good system.
Uh-huh.
But
So hold on.
I understand
Hold
what
on.
you're saying about
What are you
people
telling me? What are you telling me? That there are large numbers of young people in the United States
that are illiterate,
who
of
emerge
course.
from school. Eh?
Who cannot read?
Who cannot read?
They cannot read. They can't even fill out an application. That's a fact. I've seen it.
I was under that impression.
They go to
hold
school
on, Mom.
and they get promoted.
Hold on a little
grade
bit.
this
I had worked it out roughly in my mind, and I was under the impression that figure was close to $1 million Jamaican dollars. No, right?
$1,800.
Yes.
$1,800.
Uh-huh.
$18,000.
It's more than $1 million.
Oh, okay.
Or somewhere in the region of $1 million. Right?
Okay. So that's even more then.
And somebody in Jamaica, somebody in Jamaica who is earning $1 million a year is not doing badly.
Oh, okay.
Right? Not doing badly. Or by comparison with how other people are doing. Right?
Okay, but another thing, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
People cannot keep having kids if they're living in poverty. Why do they keep having kids?
Why what?
Why do people keep having children if you're living in poverty? in poverty.
Ma'am.
You can support one child. Why are you going to have 2 and 3?
It has not worked like that. In Europe, you see, when the Industrial Revolution took off, the birth rate fell. Right?
Yes.
And in France, it created quite a bit of a crisis.
But Jamaica is not
for many years.
They don't have a problem
right?
with
Hold on a minute.
People.
The better off people are, the more hope they have. Right?
Is the less kids they have.
Is the less, yes, it tends to be the fewer the children
right.
they
So
have.
average person might have 2 or 3 kids if you're well off, and people that don't have anything might have 6 or 7 kids.
Well,
I don't understand because that doesn't
look
balance
here.
out anything.
Hold on just a moment. One of the things that you have to understand, you see, the family is a social institution, right? And it requires, as all social institutions do, an economic base. Am I right?
Yes.
Yes, because the home, there has to be a home, and there has to be furniture in the home, and there has to be food provided, and this, that, and the other, and so on. Right? The children have to be fed, and so on. Right? School fees paid, whatever. Right? Now, where that is out of the question, the family breaks down. The people have the urge to have sexual intercourse, right? So hold on, Mom. Hold on a little bit. People have the urge, in the same way that they have the urge to eat food when they're hungry. They have the urge from time to time to have sexual intercourse. Yeah. So they have sexual intercourse without concerning themselves with the implications of they cannot take responsibility because they haven't got the means of taking responsibility.
Right? Wait a minute. You got to take responsibility for yourself first and your life and your body.
Yeah.
You're saying that because they don't have anything to do, because they don't have furniture and food, they're going to have sex and have kids?
No.
That doesn't make any sense.
I am saying, Mom, that in the same way that that other animals have the urge to have sex and indulge that urge, right? Human beings do the same thing.
But
when they are in no, hold on, Mom. Where they find themselves in a situation of not being able to undertake responsibility, right? So they have sex, and sex produces children, and the man walks away and goes and have sex somewhere else and produce another one too, and on and on it goes. Hold on just a moment for me. Hold on.
Medical Associates Hospital, providers of quality healthcare for over 47 years, providing lab, x-ray, pharmacy, emergency and general care services. Let Medical Associates provide you with the healthcare you need when you need it most. The time by Medical Associates Hospital is
11:45.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
The most convenient way to fill prescriptions and shop at the same time is at the Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, centrally located in Halfway Tree. Telephone 929-6366. Open 9 a.m. to 10 p.m. weekdays, and also opened on Sundays and public holidays.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. This afternoon, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions across the island. Tonight will be mainly fair. Tuesday and Wednesday are expected to be mainly fair, becoming partly cloudy during the afternoons. Thursday, look for partly cloudy skies with scattered afternoon showers in the east. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by Clock Tower Pharmacy Gift Center and Toy Zone, right in Halfway Tree.
Did you know that Jamaica's leading distributor of ball and roller bearings is in fact Bearings and Accessories Limited, located at 83 Harbour Street? They stock the widest range of bearings and other industrial products, such as oil seals, mechanical packing, conveyor belting, V-belts, pulleys, chains and sprockets, and more. Bearings and Accessories Limited has been in business since 1959 and is the sole representative in Jamaica of such choice-preferred brand name manufacturers such as SKF, Timken, Torrington, Cooper and Seal Master Bearings, Dupree Conveyor Belting, and Sepco Sealing Products. Bearings and Accessories is now stocking and proud to offer high-quality Timken greases for both auto and industrial type bearings. Visit them at 83 Harbour Street, Kingston, with available parking, or call 922-1950 or 922-5901. This is how I quench my thirst. This is how I sustained my life with Mevita water, purified drinking water and spring water. Mevita water, quench your thirst intelligently. Bottled by Barco Caribbean Limited.
The Jamaica Wood Products and Furniture Association presents a forum on new market opportunities for the Jamaican furniture industries at the Old Oakton House behind York Plaza Halfway Tree on Sunday, June 24 at 1 p.m. Don't miss out on this high-level discussion. Be there.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here on
Let me just maybe I have 3 daughters, okay? And I think that a lot of kids learn from home.
Well, let me ask you something, Mom. Why do you live in the Why do you live in the United States?
Because of my choice.
Because of choice.
I came back home to Jamaica, but my kids didn't like it. And I came back here. But I have 3 girls, and I think I did a good job raising them and teaching them responsibility for the environment and for their own body.
Why did you leave Jamaica? Why did you leave Jamaica in the first instance?
I left Jamaica as a person because my mom was here. And I left. I had to leave. I left. I didn't leave because I didn't have a job. I had a job in Jamaica.
You had a job in Jamaica?
I had a good job in Jamaica. My kids went to Holy Childhood, my 2 younger girls, and I left because of choice. I didn't leave because I had to leave.
Well, a lot of people leave Jamaica, Mom, and go to places like the United States to find opportunity that they do not have in Jamaica.
But you know what? In Jamaica, I had a home. I had a good job.
Well, you were one of the exceptional ones.
Right. So I didn't leave there because of something that I had to do.
But there are lots of people who are leaving Jamaica. How long ago did you leave? How long ago did you leave Jamaica?
1972.
72?
Yes.
Well, things were rather better in Jamaica then.
Much better. And I keep telling my kids
than they are now.
Because thanks, Jay. Yes. But what I'm, Mr. Burke, let's go back to this thing about people having kids, okay? To me, it makes common sense. Okay, if the people that are well off and have money are having 2 or 3 kids, and they could afford to feed their kids and home there and find a place for their kids to eat and send them to school, why on earth would somebody that don't have anything, right, or have very little or nothing,
Yes.
have 4, 5, 6 kids?
Yes, but
You
does
can
this
feed
not...
1 or 2.
But hold on, Mom. Isn't
You
this...
said something about animals.
But hold on.
Human beings have choices.
But hold on a moment,
They're
Mom.
not animals.
Hold on a moment. Huh? Is this not a common social occurrence that people who are better off, right, are more concerned, have fewer children, right?
Yes.
And the man who does not have a job, right, who cannot maintain 1 child, will have 10.
Well, whose fault is that?
Whose fault is it?
It's not the government's fault. It's the
Well.
individual's fault that make decision to have kids.
Hold on a moment. But if you agree with me that this
I
is...
don't agree with you that they should have 6 or 7 kids.
I'm
I
not
don't
telling you
agree
that
with
they should have it, Mom. I'm telling you that people are more responsible, tend to be more responsible, where they have the means of being responsible. Right? Where they haven't got the means of being responsible, they just behave like animals.
Well, I don't think that people are animals. That's the first thing. And you have
What?
to take I don't think that people are animals.
People are animals. We all are animals.
They're not animals in the wild.
What?
They're not animals in the wild.
We're all animals, Mom.
I know, but they're not animals in the wild that don't have choices.
Yes.
If you're a woman, right, and you have 1 child and with 1 person, and that person is not supporting your child or helping you in any way, why would you go back and have a child for that person or move on to somebody else?
No, maybe you move on
job?
to somebody else hoping that he will be more responsible.
Well, you should know. Well, that
And will
woman
help
should
you.
know
No,
that-
and will
know
help
what
you
is
to
the-
maintain the child that you already have.
You should know the man that you go with, and know what his environment
Anyway,
is.
Mom,
Will
should...
he be there for
No.
you?
It doesn't work like that, eh?
It does work like that.
It does not
People
work
are-
like that.
Mr. Perky, you're
Right?
saying that people shouldn't take responsibility for their own lives?
I am not saying anything of the sort, Mom. What I'm saying is that for people to take responsibility, they have to have the means of supporting,
Money don't make somebody be
of
irresponsible.
being responsible.
But
Right?
money don't make somebody be irresponsible.
And if you deprive them of the means of being
so they're going to go
responsible,
and have sex
then they
because
tend
don't
to
have
be
any money and they don't have
irresponsible.
nothing to do.
What?
You're saying that because they don't have any money
Uh-huh.
and they live in poverty, all they're going to do is have sex and have kids?
Well, that's all the fun they can have.
Well,
Right?
no.
They
I
can't
totally agree with you. You have to take
they can't buy a ticket and jump on a cruise ship
to go. I know people in Jamaica that
cruise
live
and
in
travel
poverty and they don't have a lot of
and
kids.
travel to the Mediterranean.
And
They
don't
can't
have
do
a lot
that.
of kids.
What?
There's people in Jamaica that's in poverty that don't have a lot of kids or don't even have a child.
Yes.
And that's the choice that they make.
Well, I'm sure that
Or 1 child. You don't go around
yes,
having
fine,
6 or 7 kids.
yes. But what I'm telling you is that the poor man, the man who has no hope, right? He can't look forward to a better life. And I mean, all that he can do is enjoy what little pleasures he can enjoy, right? And if children come as a consequence of that, well, he can't. There's nothing he can do about it.
1 o'clock.
What?
I say I have to go. I have a meeting at 1
Yes,
o'clock. I
Mom.
have
But
to
it
go.
was nice talking to you.
Same here.
Okay. All the best to you. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon. Good morning to you.
afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I'm going to say something to you, you see.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if it's true, but the former prime minister that we have
Uh-huh.
went away and buy 2 plane loads of flies for 70 million a load. Okay?
Did what?
2 plane load of
Yes.
flies.
Of flies?
Yes, sir.
What do you mean flies?
Flies, the normal flies that we have here.
House flies?
Yes, sir. I hear that over the ear.
That he
That
went
he
away.
went away and buy 2 plane loads of flies.
Bought-
70 million
Wait,
one
bought
plane
2
load.
plane loads of flies
Yes, sir.
for $70 million
Each.
each.
Right.
For
when
what purpose?
When I inquire,
Yeah.
they told me that, the agriculture people told me that those are screwworms, flies they buy to kill out these that we have here. Okay. I'm not sure if it's this Prime Minister now go and buy some more flies. But these now come down, plane let them down in boxes. All right. They fall in people water in the tanks, and they fall in people vegetable fields.
Yes, I've heard. Mark, I don't know that the Prime Minister himself had anything to do.
I don't know.
Was directly involved.
I don't know who, but
Yes.
it's somebody in the ministry.
Yes, I know. I've heard of this.
Mr. Perkins, what I am saying to you now, sir,
Yes.
we are Pharaoh, and they are gods that they by Pharaoh plagues come and let down on us. I am a cripple right now, and in my house, full of flies right now. I would do well with $500 to buy even a tin of spray to spray my house of the flies them. So I would ask you if you could please, sir, generously ask them to come and see if they can get the flies out my house. Because I never carried on fear of plague on me. So it looked like we are fear.
Well, quite frankly, Mum, I don't really understand what is going on, you see.
I don't understand.
Because they
either.
claim that what they're doing is bringing in sterile flies in order to, flies that are incapable of breeding, right?
Yeah.
In order to reduce the incidence of screwworms, which are the flies lay eggs in the wounds.
Yes, sir.
And it produces these worms, which then turn into flies, right, to other flies. And if they somehow claim that if they have a whole lot of sterile flies around, then it will reduce the. I really don't understand how that works.
But
and in any event,
on the carpet here,
Sorry.
Mr. Perkins, my house is clean because my husband pays somebody to clean the house every 2 weeks.
Yes.
My house is clean.
Anyway, Mum.
And flies are on the floor.
Yes.
Flies are on the table.
Yes.
So I can't take it.
But then there must be somewhere around where the flies are breeding.
They say
Well, no.
They say when
I beg
mango
your
time,
pardon.
more flies come.
No. Yes, they well, I don't know. I don't know. I'm not quite sure how that works.
So see if
Because
you can tell one of them
is it the flies that they release or the worms? I don't know.
I don't know,
I'm
sir.
not find
But
out
see if
how
you
it goes.
can, through your generous program, see if you can tell them to come spray the place.
All right, Mom.
And make the flies.
Where is this? Where is this?
I live in Linstead, Mickleton Meadows, sir.
In Linstead.
Yes, sir.
What meadows?
Mickleton Meadows.
Mistletoe.
Yes, sir. And I'm a cripple. I
Yes.
can't go around and clean my place as often as I would.
All right, Mom.
Because I was working, sir.
I'm sorry, I have to go because we are against the news time, eh? All right? Okay, the news next. We'll be back here in about 20 minutes.
New Dimension Dental Care at 57 Hope Road provides modern dental care with spacious and secure parking at the former location at New Line Motors. That's New Dimension Dental Care. Telephone 978-7480. The time by New Dimension Dental Care is
12 o'clock.
Midday News is brought to you by Stewart's Hardware, where the price is right and the customer is first every time.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry he never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop, you come to it. We say the best hardware you can get it. Where the price is nice and you get advice. Your choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maypen, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
News
Comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Good afternoon, I'm Stacey Ann Smith with Midday News on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Office of the Political Ombudsman is at this hour trying to organize a meeting with the leadership of the two major parties to quell increasing tension among supporters. Political Ombudsman Bishop Harold Blair says he's also trying to organize a peace walk in the troubled East St Andrew constituency with PNP MP Maxine Henry Wilson and the JLP candidate Joan Gordon Webley. Last week, 4 JLP supporters were shot and injured when the bus in which they were travelling was fired on. The Labourites were going to a meeting in South East St Andrew. Meanwhile, the JLP's candidate for South East St Andrew, Joan Gordon Webley, says she's uncertain whether she will participate in the peace walk. According to Mrs. Gordon Webley, the walk has been preempted by Member of Parliament for South East St Andrew, Maxine Henry Wilson. She says Mrs. Henry Wilson has visited communities in the constituency with several news crews ahead of the scheduled walk.
The spirit in which this walk was supposed to be done was 2 adults getting together with the Ombudsman, going into the area and sitting down and discussing this thing in a level-headed way. To be bringing television crews and the amount of news personnel that have called me within a couple of minutes. It's as though we're on a big campaign.
JLP candidate for South East St Andrew, Joan Gordon Webley. But Mrs. Henry Wilson has dismissed the claim that she preempted the peace walk when she went into the constituency this morning.
But it is strange because Webley has been in the constituency and she has asked the media to come with her. That was done on Friday. So is it that she must have media and I must have none? I didn't invite the media in there. So the media is to only deal with one set of viewpoints. If Mrs. Webley wants to walk, she may walk.
Member of Parliament for South East St Andrew, Maxine Henry Wilson. However, she says she is prepared to participate in the peace walk. And the political ombudsman says he will be moving to deal with a situation involving the defacement of a JLP billboard in South East St Elizabeth. Bishop Blair says he has received letters from the leadership of both parties in the constituency with regard to several issues. The JLP is claiming that the billboard bearing the photograph of its candidate, Franklin Witter, was defaced by PNP supporters. Meanwhile, the PNP is claiming that there has been intimidation in the JLP's stronghold community of Cheapside in the southeast St Elizabeth constituency. Former PNP President P.J. Patterson is warning supporters not to be complacent because the party is leading in opinion polls. The latest poll indicates that the PNP is 4 percentage points ahead of the JLP. However, Mr. Patterson says positive poll results do not guarantee an election win. Addressing supporters in Eastern Hanover, he said the PNP lost the seat in the 2002 election because of a division in the leadership of the constituency.
That is why I'm here, to speak with you, to urge you, don't let yourself down, don't let your children down. This thing is not about who will pay you for votes. As we have always said in the PNP, those who buy you today will sell you tomorrow.
Former PNP President P.J. Patterson. The PNP's D.K. Duncan will be challenging the JLP's Barrington Gray in Eastern Hanover in the upcoming election. You're listening to Midday News on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. It's 6 minutes after 12. The University and Allied Workers Union, UAW, is hoping to settle its wage negotiation with the management of J. Ray and Nephew Limited at a meeting now underway. For several months, the UAW has been negotiating on behalf of more than 200 production employees at the company. The union is demanding a 16% salary increase in year 1 and 20% in year 2. But Ray and Nephew Limited has so far offered a 9% increase in the first year and 7% in the second. The workers withdrew their services for 4 days last month to press their demands for a better salary offer. The more than 5,000 coffee farmers whose crops were destroyed by Hurricane Ivan in 2004 are expected to receive their insurance money today. Director General of the Coffee Industry Board, Graham Dunkley, says the checks have already been handed over to the marketing companies for distribution to farmers.
The payments will be made via check, and the checks will be distributed through the marketing companies in their network of selectors to the farmer.
Director General of the Coffee Industry Board, Graham Dunkley. Earlier this year, the joint liquidators of the now-defunct Dial Insurance Company and the trustees of the Coffee Insurance Fund agreed to pay the farmers approximately $2.6 million. $3.2 million was initially awarded by the Supreme Court. Regional airline executives are to meet in Barbados tomorrow to discuss the future of the industry in the Caribbean. The meeting will also involve aviation authorities, travel agents, and government officials. At a press conference last month, Air Jamaica's Chief Executive Officer, Mike Conway, said representatives of the national carrier would participate in the discussions. The talks will coincide with the activities for Caribbean Aviation Day, which is being organized by the International Air Transport Association. The association says the meeting will also examine sustainable tourism and regional security issues. In Trinidad and Tobago, embattled Chief Justice Satnarine Sharma says he was shown no respect when he was suspended with immediate effect last week. He said he expected that the government would have at least given him until the end of the month before his suspension takes effect. On Wednesday, President George Maxwell Richards suspended Chief Justice Sharma for the second time within a year. The suspension comes less than a month after the president appointed a 3-member tribunal to investigate whether the Chief Justice should be removed from office. The tribunal will inform the president whether the Chief Justice should be impeached, following a complaint that he attempted to interfere in the integrity trial of former Prime Minister Basdeo Panday. Mr. Panday was convicted for his failure to declare bank accounts that he held with his wife while he was in office. Pilots of Liat Airlines are warning that they could take industrial action to protest against new criteria for hiring. Lead spokesman for the Leeward Islands Airline Pilots Association, Captain Michael Blackburn, says his organization will not allow irregularities in the hiring process. According to Captain Blackburn, the merger of Liat and Caribbean Star was progressing smoothly until earlier this month, when Liat unilaterally disregarded the rule for selecting pilots by seniority. He says instead, Liat has decided to use criteria outside of those of the Eastern Caribbean Civil Aviation Authority. The criteria are also different from those set out in the pilot's contracts and Liat's operations manual. In the United States, a 4-year-old girl drowned after being swept away by floodwaters in Texas. The girl was swept from her mother's arms while firefighters tried to rescue them from a flash flood. The flood also affected many other residents in Haltom City, Texas, forcing them to climb onto their roofs to avoid being covered. Officials say the floods also washed away mobile homes from their foundations and resulted in gas leaks and fires. And finally, Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas has dissolved the National Security Council, which was formed under the previous Fatah-Hamas unity government. The council was responsible for deciding which parts of Gaza and the West Bank would be controlled by Fatah forces and Hamas forces. The council was headed by Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, who served as Palestinian Prime Minister until he was dismissed by Abbas last Thursday. It's unclear if a new council will be formed. And those were the stories making midday news on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. The Midday Sports Report is next. Midday News was brought to you by Chosen Delight Company, It Nice for True, and Jolay Restaurant and Caterers, satisfying your taste buds.
Ricky want to set up the house with the best from top to floor. But when him open up him wallet and him looking at the money, him sorry him never have more.
Ricky don't matter stop you come to it. We said the best hardware you can get it. When the price is nice and you get advice, your choice could only be
Stewart's Hardware and Home Center, Maitland, Lionel Town and Old Harbour, where the price is right and the customer is always first.
Stewart's Hardware.
nice to the core. Chosen Delight, bottlers and distributors of Mass Joe coconut water and It Nice juices, fruit punch, lemon and orange pineapple. Chosen Delight, shop number 20 Kingston Mall, 12 Ocean Boulevard, telephone 967-7412. Chosen Delight, It Nice with you.
Sports, comprehensive, powerful, and credible. Power 106 FM, Radio News Center.
Time now for your midday sports report on Power 106 FM from the Gleaner Power 106 News Centre. West Indies are 62 runs behind after the fall of 3 quick wickets on today's penultimate day of the fourth and final test against England at Chesterley Street. At sports time, West Indies, facing a deficit of 117 runs, are struggling on 51 for 3. Opening batsman Chris Gale was unbeaten on 32 and Shivnarine Chandapal on 4. Earlier, Paul Collingwood hit 128 against the bowling of Fidel Edwards, 5 for 112, to enhance England's chances of victory. Despite being reduced to 165 for 6 on a gloomy morning, England were hauled to a 400 thanks to a stunning alliance between Collingwood and Matt Pryor, 62. Darren Powell picked up 3 for 89 and Corey Collymore 2 for 116. England have already taken an unassailable 2-0 lead in the series. England is expected to end the speculation about the one-day future of England captain Michael Vaughan. The board will make an official statement later today. The 32-year-old Yorkshire batsman has been under increasing pressure for his place in the one-day side after failing to score a century in 86 one-day international appearances. Meanwhile, according to a story published on crickinfo.com, Vaughan is expected to resign from the captaincy tomorrow. In local action, St. Elizabeth recorded the only outright victory as Round 7 of the Jamaica Cricket Association's Super Cup ended yesterday. St. Elizabeth beat Westmoreland by an innings and 61 runs at Alpart on the final day of the 2-day encounter to take sole leadership of the point standings with 32. That should be 23. Scores in the game: Westmoreland 79 and 150, St. Elizabeth 290 for 6. At Shedwin Park, St. Catherine gained first innings from the Jamaica Defence Force, JDF. Scores in that game: St. Elizabeth 276 and 127 for 5, the JDF 187. At Kensington Park, Melbourne got first innings from Kensington. Kensington first made 340 with Wavell Hines getting 208. Melbourne replied with 360 for 9 with Damien Jacobs cracking 111. At Sabina Park, Manchester picked up first innings over Kingston. Scores in that game: Kingston 161 and 137, Manchester 198 and 87 for 6 when Bad Light stopped play. And at Nelson Oval, Trelawney gained first innings from Lucas. Scores: Trelawney 268 and 88, Lucas 200 and 91 for 4. News on cycling now. O'Neill Samuels was yesterday crowned champion of the Jamaica Cycling Federation's Bike Ride Against Drug Abuse 2007 Tour after an exciting end in New Kingston. Samuels, riding for the Kingston-based Monte Carlo Club, finished the tour on a high note by winning yesterday's final stage, a 70-mile journey from Mandeville to Kingston. He covered the trip in 2 hours, 27.01 seconds, to finish ahead of American Eric Murphy from Team Myogenesis, who stopped the clock at 2 hours, 27.21 seconds. Samuels had a combined time of 11 hours, 33 and 0.06 seconds, after taking the final 3 races in the 5-race series. Murphy finished 10 seconds behind Samuels for the overall second-place spot. Basketball now. Pure Players last night rebounded from their opening defeat to beat Link Up All-Stars 78-74 at the National Stadium as action in the National Basketball League continued. Kasha McLean and Jeffrey Ivey scored 25 points each to lead the Portland-based team to victory. In the night's other game, Blazing Panthers turned back on at Gardens Rockers 74-63. The league continues this evening with 2 games at the National Stadium. Lakers and Slayers will face off at 6 o'clock, And at 7:45, Denham Town Wizards will take on Running Rebels. Football now, Jamaican-born striker Jeffrey Cunningham netted one of Toronto FC's goals as they beat high-riding FC Dallas in a surprising 4-0 victory in a Major League Soccer MLS game in California yesterday. Cunningham, a recent signing from Real Salt Lake, completed the rout with a stoppage time goal. It was Toronto's biggest ever MLS victory, while FC Dallas, the Western Conference leaders, slipped to their heaviest defeat of the season. Finally, Caribbean side Guadeloupe shot into the CONCACAF Gold Cup semi-finals yesterday when they upset Honduras 2-1 at Reliant Stadium in the USA. The win sends Guadeloupe to Thursday's Gold Cup semi-finals against Mexico, who defeated Costa Rica 1-0 in extra time earlier in the day. And that's your midday sports report on Power 106 from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center. Stay tuned now for a word on the weather.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon is brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican, and Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
The National Meteorological Service is reporting that there is a high-pressure system across the Central Caribbean. On the local weather scene this afternoon, expect mainly sunny and windy conditions. Tonight should be mainly fair. For the next 3 days, look for mainly sunny conditions in the mornings, with scattered showers and isolated thunderstorms in the afternoons. And that's your midday weather report from the Gleaner Power 106 News Center.
The Gleaner Power 106 FM weather at noon was brought to you by Carby's Souvenir Discount Center and Craft Village, Twin Gates Plaza. Be Jamaican, buy Jamaican. And Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Constant Spring Road. So much more for less.
And now to end midday news on Power 106, a recap of the main stories. Political Ombudsman to tour troubled South East St Andrew constituency. The JLP's candidate Joan Gordon-Webley is accusing the PNP's Maxine Henry Wilson of preempting the peace walk, but the MP disagrees. Former PNP President P.J. Patterson warns supporters not to be complacent because the party is leading in opinion polls. Coffee farmers whose crops were destroyed by Hurricane Ivan to receive insurance money today. In Trinidad and Tobago, embattled Chief Justice Satnarayan Sharma says he was shown no respect when he was suspended with immediate effect last week. Further afield, 4-year-old girl drowns after being swept away by floodwaters in Texas. And in sports, West Indies chasing England by 54 runs, now on 59-3 on day 4 of the final test match at Chesterley Street. And that's midday news and sports weather on Power 106 FM. Your next newscast will be headline news at 3. From the Gleaner Power 106 News Center, I'm Stacey Ann Smith.
I want to be an election day worker.
I worked in the last general elections, and I'm proud to be a part of the democracy. I felt quite safe, and the process is thorough and fair.
The EOJ needs 3,000 additional workers for Election Day. We're seeking persons with at least 1 year tertiary education living in the Kingston, St. Andrew, and St. Catherine areas. We're making a special appeal to teachers and civil servants to join our team. Pick up an application form at shop number 21, Fort Moore Pines Plaza, EOJ, 43 Duke Street, the Election Center, 9th floor, Towers, New Kingston, or call 922-9015 for details. Do it for democracy. Do it for Jamaica.
Paul, you buy the Just Talk calling card yet?
No, why?
Because Cable and Wireless have special rates for payphones on Tuesdays. And I need to call Marsha in Florida about the family reunion.
That's right. Tuesdays are public payphone days. Only $3.99 per minute for calls to the U.S., UK fixed lines, and Canada.
That's Jamaican?
Yes, Jamaican dollars, baby.
Using Just Talk cards at any payphone island-wide. From June 12 to September 4 on Tuesdays only. Use Cable and Wireless public payphones and save. Conditions apply.
This is a message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health center by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The program of advancement through health and education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish.
Power 106.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back online. Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Good afternoon to you, Mum.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
First time on your program.
Happy to have you.
Good. Just 2 quick questions. What would you call Lisa Anna? Would you call her pretty?
I suppose she is, yes.
Okay. And what would you call Portia? Mr. Perkins, I'm not laughing because I think everybody...
I suppose she's also...
No. She's also what?
Well, they're both quite beautiful, I suppose.
Mr. Perkins, be honest. I love to listen to you, and I learn a lot from you, and you're so outspoken. How dare you call Portia pretty? What part of Portia is pretty? Must be the part I'm not seeing.
I think women, are for the most part beautiful. They have either to have some sort of injury or some deformity or go out of their way to make themselves ugly.
Well, there is absolutely nothing I can see in her that is pretty. Some people are not pretty, but they have beautiful mannerisms.
She's attractive.
I would say barely attractive.
No, ma'am. Quite attractive.
Mr. Perkins, stop boosting her up, because it's the clothes. You can be damn ugly, but when you wear good clothes and put yourself together and the makeup, you look good. Strip her down and say she's pretty.
I don't find anything wrong.
Anyway, I'm tired of people thinking she's pretty. I think she's ugly. And
she's attractive, physically attractive, I think.
Pardon?
She's physically attractive.
Oh, that's good. Another thing is this. Why is she up late coming on the TV and going on like a person selling fish?
Is that doing what?
Selling fish.
Well, I've seen a lot of people selling fish who don't go on like that.
But she has a lot of bad propensities. She has a propensity of a Judas kiss. Do you remember Judas kissing Jesus? You know, anyway, Mr. Perkins, I wish the people really wouldn't call you much about her, because every time I hear her, I turn off the radio.
Yes?
Yes, I don't. I personally do not like her at all.
But
I
why?
don't like her. I don't like her mannerism. She can't even read a speech. She has the paper in front. By the way, Mr. Perkins, why don't you teach her? Because your English is flawless.
Is it?
Of course it is.
I don't know about
And I love your aristocratic laugh.
that. No, man.
Yes.
Aristocratic?
Laugh. You know, not the ordinary boy.
I don't know that there's anything aristocratic about me.
Everything about you is
I'm quite a humble
Mr.
man.
Perkins. Mr. Perkins, stop crying yourself down. I admire you 100%.
Well, that's very sweet of you.
And all these years, I've been listening to you. I don't call you because I can learn more. But when honesty comes in, you must be honest. Portia is going on like a real eagle woman of late, and she's supposed to be our prime minister. I wouldn't tell anybody. When I go away, I don't tell anybody I come from Jamaica.
I would agree with you that her behavior sometimes is not very attractive.
Oh, most of the time.
Yes. Well,
anyway, Mr. Perkins.
particularly when she gets on the political platform and, you know, one hears her sort of screaming her head off.
She can't help herself, you know.
Yes.
Because don't care how she tries to suppress it. It comes out.
Yes. She doesn't have the image of a prime minister.
No way. I've checked back,
That is
and
not
I'm not a little girl. I've checked back and think about all the other prime ministers that I know in the various countries. She's shabby. I don't know really, that's not the right word. But she should never be prime minister. I'm not saying that she's my prime minister. I don't like her, and she's too ordinary. I don't like anything that's too ordinary.
I see.
Anyway, Mr. Perkins, I know there's a lot of people because I've been waiting a long time. So let's give somebody the break to speak with you.
All right, Mum. Thank you very
thanks a
much.
lot.
All the best to you. Okay. Are we ready for the break? No? Yes, we go to the break. We come back in a moment.
My mother say he going pass my exam because me have brain poor. Mother's poor patty make me strong so me can learn at school. But teacher say me chat too
The
much.
time by Mother's Power Patchy is
12:30.
Grease stains are some of the most difficult stains to remove. Introducing Ariel Oxyazole Max with anti-grease particles. This brand new formula transforms washing water into an anti-stain solution that penetrates deep into fabrics, helping to remove grease and much more. Try it today. Ariel Oxyazole Max. Get rid of grease so you can get on with life. Ariel, washing made easy. Barco Caribbean Limited has such a fine cosmetic line for hair and skin. My family and I have used all their products from Pure Lean to Camille to Magic Beauty. These products can be found island-wide in all leading supermarkets and grocery stores at very affordable prices. Think comfort. Think Carrier, the world's most trusted brand in air conditioning. More homes, hotels, and businesses use Carrier air conditioners because they have a proven record for the coolest, most reliable, and energy-efficient units on the market. All tuned with great service and affordable prices. Call CAC 2000 Limited, 1-888-991-5921, and refresh yourself. Carrier, turn to the experts. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, so good afternoon to you.
Why? How are you today, Mr. Perkins?
Not too bad. How are you?
Well, I'm here now. I have to put down the wooden spoon.
You put down the wooden spoon?
Yeah, the doctor said I can't manage any more salt.
Well, I don't know what you're going to do.
I don't know either, Mr. Perkins.
I don't know what else there is to eat.
I guess I'll have to starve.
Eh?
I guess I'll have to starve.
Well, I don't know.
But, you know...
But it's part of Mr. Patterson's legacy, is it?
Yes, and the Prime Minister is carrying it on.
Auntie, yeah. So she says.
The most honorable is carrying it on as well. Mr. Perkins.
Do you think Sister P is beautiful?
Well, she's not really, not to me.
Not to you?
No.
No, you don't find her attractive?
As a female, I find all females attractive, you know.
Oh, I see.
think that she's beautiful in her own way.
Huh?
She's beautiful in her own way.
Oh, yes. All
But
right.
She's not really my type.
Well, all right. She's beautiful in her own. I buy that.
Well, you know, Mr. Perkins, that lady that called you from the States, I was talking about the poverty line in the U.S.
You mean the same one that told us that that 18,000 US dollars is the equivalent of 11,000 Jamaican dollars?
I suppose she's one of the persons that Paul Burke was talking about, that they have a problem with calculating.
With what?
Paul Burke, remember when he...
Yes, they had a problem with what?
With calculating, with counting.
Oh, I see. Well, I don't know. She sort of put it over on me.
Yeah, my rough calculation is 1,200,000 and something thousand.
Yes.
Right? So
Well, it should be in that vicinity.
Yeah. But, you know,
But-
Mr. Perkins, how many people in Jamaica are earning that? How many people in Jamaica are earning that per year? Because our per capita income, you know, is 3,500 or 4,000 thereabouts.
US dollars.
US. Our per capita income. you know,
Absolutely.
the average income. So
And there are some people who are earning a lot more than that.
are earning a lot less.
Eh?
There are lots of Jamaicans who are earning a lot less than that.
Oh, there are more who are earning a lot less.
Right, especially the people that are at minimum wage.
And there's some who are not earning.
So, by her calculation, then, most Jamaicans, if not all Jamaicans, would be under the poverty line if we compare ourselves to the United States.
No, the average Jamaican, right?
Yeah.
The average employed Jamaican would be, well, hold on now.
We'll be earning less.
Eh? The
Our
average
4,000,
Jamaican
yeah.
would be earning less, much less than, well, 3,000, right?
Yeah.
Would be a lot less than 18,000. 1/6 of it, actually.
Right? So I don't know. And she was trying a little thing there, but I think it backfired and she never realized it. And then when she's coming to say that there are lots of United States students that graduate from high school and can't read and
I find this difficult to believe.
it's rubbish.
I find that difficult to
What would
believe.
happen to the principal of that high school
Uh-huh.
and the commissioner for that?
Yes,
for that
I
board?
don't think that could be so. I mean, I'm not telling you that, there wouldn't be and graduate. I mean, I would be very surprised to find that any youngster graduates from a secondary school in the United States
and can't
read.
Right.
When
it happens in Jamaica on a regular
basis.
Oh,
so I gather.
Right. But,
yes.
Mr. Perkins...
But you see, in Jamaica, the object is to keep our people ignorant,
Right.
Because the system of politics could not work if people were educated and thinking.
Yeah, because people will be voting on the issues.
Absolutely.
And people will be more vocal when the government doesn't do what it's supposed to do.
Absolutely.
Right?
And whether you're good looking or bad looking, that would be irrelevant.
I already love to hug and kiss.
Even that, yes.
It would have mattered to the voters.
Eh?
It would have mattered to the voters.
Yes, or even if you love the poor.
Right.
I mean, the object, what interests the poor, what should be interesting the poor, is not whether you love them, but what you are in a position to do for them.
Yeah.
Right? What can you do
to take
them out of poverty?
Right.
Yes.
Right. I totally agree with you. But, Mr. Perkins, last night, traveling in Portland, Mr. Perkins.
What?
In Portland. I was in Portland.
You were?
Yeah. I just came in. I'm in town now.
Uh-huh.
But I was in Portland last night, and I fell into a pothole, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, hell.
And burst 2 of my tires.
4 of them?
2.
Oh, 2.
2 tires.
Back and front? Front and back?
Front and back and front, any which way you want to take it, Mr. Perkins. And I'm saying that the state of the roads down there, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, God.
I was in...
Hold on, sir. You don't need to tell me about the condition of the roads in Portland,
Yeah.
The Member of Parliament has been on this program telling me about them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. No, it's not that... it's not in that constituency.
I beg your pardon?
I was over in East Portland.
You're in East Portland?
Right.
Well, this was the Member of Parliament for Western Portland.
Right.
Uh-huh.
And I tell you, I mean, the residents out there came to my assistance. I just like to thank them,
Uh-huh.
It was late in the night, and
oh, God.
they really came out and offered some assistance.
Yes, well, we Portlanders are like that,
Yeah, I know. It's not my adoptive parish,
Banya. We Banya.
I follow line.
You follow line.
I follow line. But I just like to pick up the residents out there by Castle.
Yes.
Yeah, very nice.
What part of East Portland was this?
Out by Castle.
Oh, yes. Uh-huh.
Out by Castle.
Yes.
They have some huge craters out there, Mr. Perkins.
Oh, hell.
Right? And I mean...
Look, sir, there are huge craters all over this island, In fact, you were wrong when you said a pothole. Because Mr. Pickersgill told us some time ago that Jamaica would be pothole-free by 2003.
I remember.
Yes, well. So Jamaica is now pothole-free. What we have are craters.
But remember, the other day he said that he was traveling along and for 2 hours in St. Elizabeth and didn't encounter a single pothole.
I wonder he must have been driving round and round and round in a small circle.
Either that time he was in an overcraft.
Eh?
Either that time he was in an overcraft.
Well, I don't know. I don't know that he's in that league. That is Sister P. And the Minister of National Security, I gather, they have been moving around in helicopters.
Yeah, quite frequently at the public expense.
Yes, and I'm amazed. I see people arguing that she has a right to do this.
Right.
God alone knows on what basis. Because I don't see how it can be right for the Prime Minister to be using public money to finance her own party's campaign. How can that be right?
They can't be right. They can't. There's no way they can justify it, Mr. Perkins.
It's an army helicopter, belongs to the public of Jamaica. It's fueled and whatever else by the public of Jamaica. And the Prime Minister uses it to go on her party campaign.
Right. That just shows that the level of contempt that they have for the Jamaican people, because they think that all of us are asses.
Well.
You know? They just go about and do whatever they feel like doing and don't care. Because they know that when election comes around...
Well, we have a way of giving them supporting evidence, you know.
We have done so 4 times.
Well, I don't know.
When they shouldn't even have gotten a second term. I've given them 4.
You don't think they should have?
They shouldn't have gotten a second term, and we have given them 4.
Oh.
For some strange reason.
Well.
Right? And I mean, if we're to go by the prophet and the posters, we'll be in for our next 5, and they'll be getting 5.
Yes, well.
Right? But thank God the prophet and the posters, I don't have any confidence in them.
Can you understand why Sister P is waiting so long to name the election day? If God has already decided that she's going to be the Prime Minister, then what is she waiting for?
And if the polls are accurate. And if the polls are accurate.
Well, there again.
Why is she waiting?
Yes.
You know? I think she would have flown the gate some time ago.
Well, I mean, the next thing you go and wait and they have your neck and neck again.
And God change your mind.
Not likely to happen. Well, neither of those is likely to happen, sir.
Yeah?
Neither of those is likely to happen.
Well, Mr. Perkins, you said last night when I was out there with the residents, I was talking to them and we strike up the conversation. Those people, you know, didn't even want to hear the member of parliament name, you know, as I mentioned. I said, then why Rod can't fix the road? And the people was like, Rod, but I mentioned them on the name to me. If I want to see if I chop him up.
What?
They said they want to see him for chop him up.
Oh, God,
they
no.
said that man did it for 10 years and him not look on the state of them road. Them not no water and one heap of complaints.
But you know, sir, in fairness to Mr. Rod, right, and for that matter to all MPs, MPs have no real power in this country insofar as matters like first of all, they're loyal to their party. Right?
Yeah.
No, it is not likely that any 9 or 10 PNP MPs are going to vote against the government on any serious issue. Right? No, on any issue. Right? But the problem is now that they don't control the money in that sense. That money is controlled in the Ministry of Finance, or at least in the cabinet. Right? And if they ask to have some roads fixed and the government tell them they don't have the money, what are they going to do?
Well, you know, Mr. Perkins, they find money to do so much other things.
Yes, of course.
That I don't see any benefit coming to the country.
Well, that is quite true.
I mean, I was up in Millbank the other day, up that side. I even took a wrong turn and ended up down by Moortown, right? Because I'm not so familiar with the place as yet.
Yeah.
And I tell you, there's absolutely no roads up there, Mr. Perkins. It's like you're driving through a riverbed, right? Well, I might be insulting a riverbed, because in some riverbeds, they are smooth.
Yes.
Right? Some riverbeds, I know that there's some smooth parts. There's absolutely no smooth parts, Mr. Perkins. And I'm saying that if people up there...
Hold on just a moment. Hold on a moment.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 12:45.
There's never been a better time to sign up for the Digicel Select postpaid bundle packages, because with the Select postpaid bundles, you get up to 100 free minutes to call anywhere, on any network, in any country. That's right, up to 100 free anywhere minutes, plus up to 50 free text messages. Upgrade to Digicel Select postpaid bundles and get even more value. Hey, what's up?
Digicel. Expect more. Get more. Conditions apply.
See the press for details.
Due to a shortfall in generating capacity, some JPS customers in blocks B, G, and D may experience a disruption in service today, Monday, June 18, between the hours of 11 a.m. and 3 p.m. The parishes that may be affected are Kingston, St. Andrew, St. Catherine, St. Anne, Trelawney, Westmoreland, and Manchester. JPS apologizes for any inconvenience caused and advises that the company is working to restore supply in the shortest possible time. For more information, please contact the Customer Care Center at 1-888-CALL-JPS. That is 1-888-225-5577.
Tetley Tea Company Jamaica, now introducing Tetley Premium Tea, made by blending the finest teas available to give you that smooth, rich flavor. Only Tetley Tea has Tetley Regular, the best-selling tea in Jamaica, now joined by Tetley Premium. Look for the word premium on the blue box in sizes 20s, 40s, and 80s. Available at your favorite supermarkets island-wide. Distributed by Amalgamated Distributors Limited.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here.
Yes, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
I'm saying, how can a government that can find so much money to waste in so many other areas go to the people now and tell them that they don't have the money to give them proper roads or to make them have water? Even at a start.
Well, are they telling them that, or are they telling them that they're going to get it fixed tomorrow?
Yeah.
Or whenever,
The usual trick is, right, a couple of days before election, they go and they drop some pipes.
Yes.
Right? And dig up the road and so them go and lay the pipes or drop some mall and things.
Well, if it works, it works.
Right?
If it works, it works, and they will do it again and again.
Well, I don't think it's going to work this time, you know.
You don't think so?
Mr. Perkins, everywhere that I go, it's down that side, because I'm mostly down there now. I see people and they're just in the green, or they have this green armband on the arms and stuff like that. So I see the winds have changed, blowing down there in Portland. And the two sides, east and west, right?
Oh?
I myself get a green armband just the other day, you know.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
I saw the candidate walking and was giving out some armbands.
But it's because of people like you, I suppose, why the elections haven't yet been called, because maybe Sister P is beginning to doubt her prophets.
I don't think she had much confidence in the prophets from the beginning.
You don't think so?
It was just a propaganda ploy.
Oh, Lord.
And I see that it hasn't beared any fruit, so she's a bit nervous to call it now.
Oh, is that so?
But I'm saying just call it and put yourself out of the misery, man. Right?
Sir, we always think that it's best for the country for us to form the administration.
Mr. Perkins, I want her to just call the election, because I have the wooden spoon, you know. I stopped sucking on the salt because the doctor says that I can't take any more, right? But I still have it put down on the table, right? And I want to just throw it out.
But you heard Mr. Patterson say that he cannot live in this country under a GLP government.
I know why he says
so. You notice that he has come back. Now he's busy campaigning.
Yes, because Mr. Patterson knows why he has to campaign, you know. Because I have a strong feeling that a short pants is waiting and a lot of them.
No. No. Don't say that, Mr. Patterson. Mr. Patterson is not in that. He's a very decent man.
He's a elder statesman.
He and I were in school together.
Even though he left 1 year or 2 years before he attended Calabar.
Anyway, thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, hello? Hello?
Anyway, thank you very much.
Hello?
Okay, hello?
Yes,
Hello?
Yes?
Hello?
Yes, sir, good afternoon. Would you turn that radio down, no? Yes. Hello?
Yeah, yes, sir.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Perkins?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man, hello?
What is your problem, sir? Go ahead.
You know what I just called to find out about that girl from America, there, sir?
Which one?
The one that was said, boy, poverty-ness they all around the world and them things.
Well, you know, sir, I think she has her friends here. She says she has no family in Jamaica. But she has friends, you know.
All right, what more I know, sir? Why you feel that Jamaicans are hard to go to America?
Why Jamaicans, so what?
So we have it so hard to get into America.
Well, I don't know, because we're having it hard to get into anywhere. Just the other day, the government of Costa Rica decided that we would have to have visas to get there.
Then find out, Jamaica is a poverty country. Anytime we get a chance to go to another foreign country, we run out, we now come back, it's like a heaven we read.
But it's not only the poverty, it's the crime.
Well,
we have developed a very bad reputation in the world.
But where crime come from? You feel the man just start walk up and know why you was going to shoot people, some Mr. Perkins?
Huh?
You think man just walk up and know why daytime with gun and just walk and shoot people, so?
Uh-huh.
Eh?
Well,
right now the youth...
Not as a matter of choice, I don't think so. Not if they had, if they had good opportunities and for a good life. I don't think they'd be doing that.
That's it, man. The youth them feel like them lock out of the system, man.
Yes.
The youth them feel rejected. You understand?
Yes.
And only anytime them people are willing to listen what we have to say, and them people are willing to pay attention and make we get some of the work them they have an offer. And the one we who never get to get the subjects them at school. And them way there. Them can't find employment way. Then they go understand that we all about we really want bad. You understand that?
Yes, that's quite true. I believe that.
You understand? Because if I make you look like we just wake up out of bed a morning time and decide to, a criminalism or war we are dealing with. But we are hungry. The youth them are hungry.
And hopeless.
You understand?
Yeah.
And for them people, you hear the talk of them out, they don't know what it is to go them bed without a night, When you go and sleep on your bed and your belly hurt, you wake up and when you look around in your house and just be water, you drink out some water, your belly start to hurt. And you start walk up and confused, All you hear them talk about them know this and them know that. Them don't know nothing about poor people,
Well, I wonder what 5 more years of this would be like.
You want the 5 more coming?
Eh?
You want the 5 more?
Well, I don't know. I just wonder.
You same people are still, all the little girl on the call for America still, not tell her say she better just keep herself quiet and not try reach on that, because she can't manage what she has to do. And when she said she left down there, in her 70s?
She left there in 1970, I think.
And you talk about that house and them things what they have down here.
You call her a little girl?
No, but she's only...
I hope she's listening. I'm sure that she will enjoy that compliment.
No, I mean, but she can't know what they go on in Jamaica right now, so it's like a dog and young dog.
No, but she comes back from time to time, I believe.
So I don't see no more reach America,
Huh?
I see no more me want reach America. And then we never poverty up, they come and touch back. I touch back, yes, I get it off the bar.
You would like to get $18,000 a year? US?
What do you want?
Huh?
What do you mean? $18,000 a lot.
It is a lot compared to what is available here in Jamaica.
All right.
for a lot of people.
The next thing more also, that lady there, how was she dealing? What makes you call the election and make you really see what going on?
Sister P?
Eh.
Well, I'm wondering because her prophets have said that God has already decided that she's to be the Prime Minister. Right? Now, if that is so, what is she waiting for?
Me know what she waiting for still.
She says she's anxious to get her mandate. So if she can have that mandate, well, not quite tomorrow morning because there's some time, but, in a few weeks' time. Right? So I don't know. She obviously doesn't believe that what the prophets are saying is true.
No, man, the prophet must go back and tell her, boy, she have a child, chick some more people first, she don't have as much. She don't think as much yet.
She needs to kiss some more people.
What do you, man? But then hold on. Then last time me saying something about him find out that people at Jamaica have some people at some place have road and light and you hear that CJ? Some people don't have no light and road and water in their community anymore.
But the polls are also saying that people don't mind all those things. I mean, they're voting for her.
Oh yeah, that's me.
61% of the people polled, according to Mr. Don Anderson, say that the country is going in the wrong direction. But 55% of the total, all but 6% of them, think that the government is doing a good job.
Hey, let me tell you still. You see, they're wise, no. They know what doing our sense, no. Because you are going to... The first thing me see them try to do at this place, them try to make we lack of education. That means when we get the bad part out, we feel like I best we are getting. You understand? And if them can get everybody to think that we are all the days, then they are right. They can do what them please and we don't accept any bull. You understand?
Well. All right, sir.
You know, Mr. Perkins. The thing that the school, they want me see up, sir. Up when them so much fitness place at the school, I think we see it on TV last night where they were showing you the place, the spot where the school is supposed to build. You have to watch them program on Sunday night time.
What they say about the school?
Yeah, I see a place where they were showing the school is supposed to build and them thing there. In September. But them place a whole amount of fitness.
Yes, and then those start build the school, yeah.
Yeah, but the place is nice still. The place is good still, huh? So now I'm going to put some seats over there under them big trees over there, see, and just want to make you them deal with it, see me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All right. All the best to you. Okay, hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, I like to share a story. I like to share a story, Mr. Perkins.
You'd like to do what?
Share a story.
Share a story? Yes, go ahead now.
I used to work with a security company, Mackay Security.
I beg your pardon?
I used to work with a security company.
Would you keep your voice up for me?
Yeah.
And speak directly into the phone.
Okay. I used to work with a security company.
Yes.
Mackay Security Company. Right. And on January 5th, they claimed something missing off a location, so they locked we up, two of us.
Who locked you up?
The company, Mackay Security.
The company locked you up?
Yeah. Actually, for 1 month. Anyway,
No, hold on a little bit. The company locked you up?
Yes, sir.
Locked you up where?
Tanson Spring Station.
But come now. The company doesn't have the access to lock you up in the Constant Spring Station, sir.
Well, is that...
You mean the police in Constant Spring?
Make I get to that now?
They made a report to the police.
Well, make I get to that story?
Hold on just a moment for me.
You're listening to Power 106 FM. The time is now 1 o'clock.
Summer is hot at Bromelia House, and we're not talking weather. It's time again for our annual Bromelia House Sizzling Summer Sale. 2 weeks only, June 18 through 30. Up to 50% off. From hardware to houseware, Bromelia House is your complete home center. 1 Ward Avenue, Mandeville, and High Street, Black River. Summer means savings at Bromelia House. Remember the sale date, June 18 through 30.
Keep screwworms at bay. Check your animals every day.
The National Screwworm Eradication Program, NSEP, is in the process of eradicating the screwworm from Jamaica. But we need your help. Animal owners, you must check your animals for wounds every day. You should also treat any wounds you find with the free wound powder distributed by the NSEP. For information, please contact the National Screwworm Eradication Program at 977-7554 or 977-2489.
Versan Educational Services is the best in college counseling and preparation for exams. GRE, GMAT, SAT, LSAT, SSAT, MCAT, TOEFL, and DAT. If you want the best results, register now. Versan Educational Services, located at 134 Constant Spring Road. Call 755-2187. Shop 17 Island Plaza, Ocho Rios, and Shop 39 Overton Plaza, Montego Bay. For success in going overseas to study, call Versan today. Now registering for 2008. Classes start July 7. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back with you. Hello? Oh? Gentleman is gone. Okay, hello? Sorry about that. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins. How are you?
Not too bad, thank you. How are you?
I am okay.
Good.
I want to discuss something with you today.
Go right ahead.
Yesterday I read in the newspaper, there was this gentleman trying to justify Mrs. Simpson jetting all over the island.
Mrs. Simpson doing what?
Miller jetting, flying by helicopter.
Oh, I see, yes.
And he was saying that President of George Bush, the President of America, used his helicopter to campaign. Now, how can you match George Bush with 56 states, 52 states in America, and 281 million people, to our 2.6 a crime-ridden crime capital of the world with poor like Haiti, and this lady living like somebody living above their means. Huh? You can't justify a first world country with a third world country. Well, these people, they're trying, all the while, they're just trying to pull the wool over people's eyes, and especially when it comes to election time. You know?
Well, there are a lot of things that we could compare as between Jamaica and the United States. And if it is true that Mr. Bush has the right to use, well, first of all, I am not sure that he's using an army helicopter. Right?
I'm not sure.
I think that you will probably find that the President of the United States has a helicopter and an aircraft assigned to him in the same way that the Prime Minister of Jamaica has a motor car assigned to her.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't think he's going to use an army helicopter or an army aircraft. Right? I mean, an army airplane.
Yeah.
Okay? So that would make a difference,
It would.
right? If in the same way that that our Prime Minister can use her assigned motor car to go to a party one night or wherever, right?
Yeah.
Then the president can use the helicopter or the airplane similarly,
True.
right?
Yeah.
So if she wants to be able to do that, then what she should do is govern the country in a way that will make it possible, make us rich enough to be able to afford to reward our Prime Minister with a helicopter.
That's right. But Mr. Perkins, with this government in power for 18 years, and when you hear they talk, we are going to do this, we are going to do that, you'd think it's a new government just taking over from a government.
Well, that is quite true too.
This country.
Well, one of the interesting things is, you know, that if we choose a government, right, to run the affairs of this country, ideally in a way that would make us all prosperous, feel all Jamaicans feel the benefit of improved circumstances, right?
Yes.
No, they can't do this. They're not doing this very successfully.
After 18 years.
After 18 years. Well, whatever, you know. But they're not doing it very successfully. But they want to exempt themselves from the harsh conditions that the rest of us are having to tolerate.
True.
Right? In other words, if the United States is a prosperous country, right?
Yeah.
A very rich country.
Yeah.
And the United States can afford to assign to its president 10 helicopters or 15 if he likes, right? And 24 aircraft and whatever, right? We cannot afford that,
That is it.
right?
That is it.
But the Prime Minister and those around her think, it seems, that if the President of the United States can have a helicopter, then why shouldn't she have a helicopter?
A third world country.
Right? While we who are funding this are pauperized.
That is it.
Right?
We may have dialysis machine in most of
Absolutely. Yes.
We maybe have
Absolutely.
more in the island.
I was hearing something about that there were 10 dialysis machines in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Some such thing. What a damn disgrace.
No, and you know, because this company Holland must donate some to St. Joseph, and when I hear the amount that they have in Jamaica, I was shocked.
Yes.
So if you're sick with your kidney, dog, eat your supper.
Absolutely.
I mean, and then we talk about how progress after 18 years.
Yes.
They have longer time to do anything and everything, and they are still way behind.
Yes.
Parachuting people all over in these, like when found headless chickens. And at the same time, they're saying that they are ahead in the polls. I would have to see this. I don't believe a word.
Well,
we want new people at the helm.
let me tell you something, Mom.
Crime is too high. Last week, a cousin of mine went to the hospital. He had to come home back. No beds at Spanish Town Hospital.
Oh, yes?
Yes, last week.
You can't say that, you know. They're taking that off the air. The no bed.
If the JP should put an ad. And it is the truth. Last week, Tuesday, I went there and there was no bed at Spanish Town Hospital. And this JP, they should put an ad. Now you'd hear how it's embarrassing the family.
Yes,
it embarrass this family, and it is the truth. You know, they're trying to silence everybody except themselves. Here, Mr. Nicholson behaving like a spoiled brat. Since they're ahead in the poll, why they jumping around?
Boy, he didn't sound like the Attorney General at all.
My gosh, these people, they talk about desperate. They're desperate. And they're pathetic.
Mark you, I don't know. Maybe he did sound like our Attorney General.
It's really these people. My grandson said, and Mama.
If a war no want, a war no I go get.
But my grandson said, and Mama, it's really this lady is Prime Minister.
You don't think that those match? You don't think that what the Attorney General, you heard the Attorney General saying, matches the statement? If a war no want, a war no I go get.
The whole of them, that's what they have this, like we have the right to run this country. And they stuff everything down your throat. And then here they say it's PMP business. I remember in the presidential race, they run Mr. Lightby when he was taking up for Portia, saying that he must come out as PMP business. But when the JLP they have their business, they meddle in it and talk all type of stupidness.
Mr. Lloyd B. Smith chased him out?
Yes.
Said he must keep quiet?
Dr. Peter Phillips went down to Mobay. He said that there is this man down here, journalist down here, never write a kind word for the PMP, but all of a sudden then meddling.
He never wrote a kind word for the PMP?
For the PMP.
Well, he'd make him go down that.
All of a sudden. True. Talk about pondering. You know, this country really running like a patty shop. Hoops, but no pun intended to juicy beef or tasty our mothers. But this country really running like a patty shop.
A coffee shop?
And a patty.
Oh, patty shop?
Yeah, patty shop.
Oh, I see.
And at the same time, now they want to...
But you have good patty and bad patty, you know.
It's true. That is why I said no pun intended.
I see.
To the
I see. Yes.
To the well-run. Because see them opening all over the place and doing well.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah. Anyway, Mr. Perkins,
all right,
I just wanted to discuss this with you. And thanks for listening.
Thank you very much. All the best to you too. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, good afternoon.
Hello, my name is... hello?
Yes?
Oh, yeah, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm 19 years old and
19 years old.
Yeah. Obviously, this will be my first election, my first time to vote, and I'm just not very impressed by the government at all.
You're not impressed?
No, not at all.
Why?
Because I've only lived like 1 year under the other party, and I just can't view how our country so great as Jamaica.
Well, but you didn't have weren't aware
anything under
your little
government.
sort of baby in a crib.
I know.
Yes.
Yeah. And I believe that schools are just like some war zones, because when I was in first form, when I was in first form, I was like afraid of sixth formers because I used to go to George's.
Yes.
Like afraid of sixth formers, but not when I was in fifth form. The first formers are, if you don't mind, set them in a fight you. That is what the society has gone to.
Yes. And youngsters in schools are carrying knives and other weapons and killing each other.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
This is frightening, you know.
Yeah. And what the man previous to the lady, the one before the break talking about America.
Yes.
Into America. I believe that Jamaica is not well run, but I believe you must stay a country and develop it.
Yes.
I'm not the part of just running away.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Quality, affordable gypsum board, green board, Duroc board, steel stud, and more. Value for your money. Available at All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited. The time by the #1 construction supply store, All Island Gypsum Distributors Limited, 960-7381 is
1:15.
So, Peaches, you really ready to take over the business?
Yes, Mama, and I can make it grow.
How?
The National PC Bank offering up to $5 million at a low interest rate, and I can set up a modern vegetable farm with greenhouse and all under the land.
But we do have the land title.
Yes, Mama, but the National PC Bank can help us get it, and we can also get family insurance in case anything happens to us.
Stop by your local branch of the National PC Bank. We know that small business doesn't mean small thinking.
Then with the profits, we can buy Keston Farm.
The National PC Bank, creating opportunities for communities.
Spread out, leader, eh? Leader, I,
leader in flavor, and no leader margarine a great taste to savor. Cooking, baking, grating bread. Leader margarine so easy to spread.
Them taste good, you see?
Maximum leaders.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the US, Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. You're back online. Hello?
Yeah, about running away and develop and staying at a country and develop it.
Yes.
We must stop running to America and all those first world countries and being second-class citizens.
Yes.
We must use our franchise to become first-class citizens in our country.
I am with you on that one.
I believe if we had accountability within the government and if the persons used the vote properly, the way it was intended to be, not being diehard.
Yes.
Right? People will, the politicians will have to develop proper plans to develop the country.
Yes, but I tell you something. If the politicians can rely upon diehards, right? People who are slaves of the party.
Yeah.
Right? Because that is what it amounts to.
That's true.
Right? You belong to the party. Right? The party can have you and have your vote, whatever they do or fail to do. Right? And therefore they don't have to concern themselves. I mean, and the rest of them, they just fool up enough people.
And you know the worst thing, if you look at the Garrison community, the PNP Garrison community,
yes.
Even Garrison communities as a whole, they're all poor persons who are obviously not getting anything from the government,
yes.
so they wouldn't be in the situation
that
they will be in.
Well, Mark, there are one or two of them who are doing quite well. I mean,
there are a few of them that are doing quite well.
There was one in whose
Tivoli Garden?
No, one in whose safe $18 million was found the other day, a little while ago.
Yeah.
Right? So there's some money knocking around among them.
That's true.
But that isn't widespread, you know.
It isn't widespread, yeah.
That is very exceptional.
And I believe what should happen is that what JLP must do when the advertising, use that $8-9 billion what it could have done to develop the country, because I believe when I heard $9 billion, I was saying okay, $9 billion, but when I hear how much things it could have done, it could have done the third phase of a couple $1 billion could have done the third phase of Highway 2000.
Yes.
To create good roads and good free road, not road I have to pay for, and free education for how much years and so on, and that would have done much better developing Jamaica than hosting World Cup that we didn't even do good in.
Yes, but
and developing facilities for people who come here and die.
World Cup is low down on the order of things, right? Any government that is really concerned about Jamaica and Jamaicans, right, would have recognized, first of all, that our greatest asset is not bauxite, is not beaches, right? It's the people of Jamaica.
And And the only
Right.
thing that I say that the government really didn't do good in is developing the people, because if they develop the people,
Absolutely.
people would actually have a brain
Yes.
and do what they're supposed to do. Vote out a government. I'm not a PMP, JLP, anybody, but you have to vote for who you believe is not doing a good thing.
Yes. Right?
That's what you have to do, and that's
That you vote
what
in.
voting for.
You should be
That's
voting in the
for.
interest of your country.
Of your country, yeah.
And if your country is better off, you will be better off.
Exactly.
Right? That is what we should be doing. And government should be governing in the interest of the country.
Of the country. And
you know, I don't know if you heard me read a judgment written by a Tanzanian judge.
Oh, I heard it, but I wasn't listening.
You weren't listening?
I was there on the radio, but I wasn't really listening.
Well, you know, one of the things that he was saying, right, was that rights, what we call human rights, are inherent in the person of the citizen. Right?
Yeah.
He has it by virtue of his birth.
Right, yeah.
And therefore, these rights predate
Him.
the state, predate the law, and he didn't say this, but it is implied, predate even the Constitution. Right?
Yeah.
Even the Constitution is an attempt to, you know, to enumerate these rights and to say what steps, what it is that will be done to ensure that the citizen, to secure them for the citizen of the country. Right?
So true, yeah.
So that the government doesn't exist to govern in the interest of the governors. Right? To give themselves good salaries and give themselves nice motor cars and to ensure that if they get sick, they don't have to go to Kingston Hospital to have cockroaches crawling over them. Right?
Well,
that is not what it's about. What it is about is to ensure that when a citizen of this country gets ill, he can go to the Kingston Public Hospital, get the best treatment in the world, right?
Yeah.
And not have cockroaches crawling over him, right?
So true.
And that is paid for by the taxes that we pay, and we're not the most undertaxed country in the world, right?
One of the most.
But what is happening is that the taxes of the people of Jamaica are being used for other purposes.
Loans that haven't seen the benefit.
Well, if you can tell me what benefits has come to the people of Jamaica from all this money that has been borrowed.
I don't see.
Well, all right. Ask them to tell you. Right?
Yeah.
But it is good to see. I hope that other youngsters like you are thinking.
Yeah, and I get
as cogently as you are.
Yeah, and I believe that the young persons must actually go out and vote, go out and register, and go out and vote because
absolutely, sir.
This is the only way that we'll see changing in Jamaica without being second-class citizens in some other country.
Yes, quite true.
Even though it can be debated that we're second-class citizens, even if we are in Jamaica, but. So, okay, Mr. Perkins.
All right, sir. It was lovely hearing from you.
Yeah.
Most inspiring.
And I love listening to you also.
Well, thank you very much. I'm flattered.
Okay.
Okay. Good. We're going to read some email for you now.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. Hi, Marty. I'm currently listening on the web from the UK to the present conversation with a caller who lives in the US. I would like to add that here in England, children up to the age of 16 are unable to read. I know that personally. Or have reading and spelling problems up to the age of 11 years old.
This is in England?
Yes. You would think that a first world country should be able to have all its children read and write to a satisfactory standard. But you have to understand racial streaming. A lot of people are not motivated to learn over here because of the welfare system. And the people of the community find it more beneficial to drain the welfare system, from which they will get more, the more children they have. And they don't have to lift a straw. I would just like to add to the present conversation until I am able to speak on the phone. Regards.
Okay, thank you very much for that, and I look forward to hearing from you on the phone.
Hi, Mr. Perkins. I heard you speak earlier today with that lady who thinks Jamaica is a bed of roses, when she was talking about some people who got burnt out of their homes.
A bed of roses have maca in it, you know.
She was talking about how come the people don't have fire insurance. How can you have fire insurance when you can't buy food?
Yes.
I live in the U.S., not by choice, but because the Jamaican government did not provide any opportunity for me.
Yes.
Currently, I'm doing a doctor of pharmacy program in the U.S., and I must say I'm able to get student loans without putting up house title or anything. A lot of people talk about hating the U.S., but I think the U.S. is a great country because they take care of their own people.
Yes.
Anywhere in the world you are, as long as you can prove that you're an American, if you're down in the deepest hole, you have the confidence that that country is going to come for you.
Yes.
And therefore, that is why people will go and fight for it. Even if they don't believe in the war, they believe in the country. Mm-hmm. Our problem is that we don't have anybody believing in our country. We must put Jamaica first. Forget about party. Put Jamaica first.
I am entirely with you.
Mr. Perkins, it was clear that Jamaicans had lost respect for these so-called electoral polling. A dangerous situation for any party that always depends upon polls to sway the electorate. After 2002, boom, the power gone. The polls lost respectability. No one believed them. Then on top of it came the bold Bill Johnson of St. Lucia fame. Mr. Perkins, all this hubbub about hidden polls is nothing but a deliberate scam in order to give the polls some respectability, to try to reclaim some respectability so that people will start to pay attention to them. What you do is that you release some figures to your party hacks, especially those who are paid to call in on the radio shows like yours. And then the owners of the poll will get angry. You and them will start to have arguments, leading to resignations and all sorts of harsh words. Then you depend upon your friends in the media to take it from there. Then a few weeks' time, you come out with even a bigger gap. I am watching a certain pollster of 2002 fame, Mr. Perkins. I know you're a betting man and a man who likes to predict things. You have been right so far. What say you?
I reserve my opinion for the moment. Okay, we take a break. We come back shortly.
Get the security that comes from the COK Partner Plan. Your money is completely safe and you don't have to pay the banker. Conditions apply. COK for life. COK. Invest in your future today. And the time by COK is...
Hello? Brethren, you know long me there gate a blow star?
Yo, me there road, you know.
What is your home phone number, my call? So, if you're not at home, how come you answer your home phone?
Because I forward the calls coming to my home phone, to my cell phone.
Oh, that means that people can call my home phone, Think that I'm at home, maybe there's somewhere else.
Get call forwarding on your home phone and forward calls coming to your home phone from any number in Jamaica. So you don't have to be at home to get calls coming to your home phone. For this and other great home phone features, call 1-888-CALL-CWJ. Conditions apply. Home phone, the cheapest way to call.
When I want that healthy, refreshing taste, there's only one thing for me, V-Soy Soya Milk. Nothing beats a healthy drink that's rich in calcium, high in protein, has no preservatives, cholesterol-free. It's good for my prostate and comes in a unique glass bottle. V-Soy Soya Milk, distributed by Brasco Distributors Limited, 17.5 Q Road, Kingston. Telephone 908-1211. That's 908-1211. V-Soy Soya Milk. Good taste while keeping healthy.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online.
Yes, Mr. Perkins. A few points for that lady you had on at about 11:35 a.m. First, U.S. $18,000 is equivalent to Jamaican $1.232 million. Ask around Power 106 studios how many people on the staff earn that figure or above it. Or even half.
I haven't an idea.
I'm willing to bet that apart from the air celebrities like you, senior engineering staff and management, there's hardly anyone who earns above that figure.
I don't know, sir. I have no idea.
Hello, Mr. Perkins. I'm going to try to answer your question with regard to when and why Sister P, or the great mother of the nation, has just taken to call herself, has not yet called.
The mother of the nation, I rather like that.
Has called the election to date. It is simple, and I am certain fair analysis. And the conclusion to surmise is not itself unjust. My opinion is that there is a lot of shredding, hiding, and lobbying going on. When I say lobbying, I mean that certain judicial governmental bodies are being lobbied that when a certain party goes out of the control of government, there'll be no repercussions, inquiries, or skeletons following them around. Mr. Perkins, can you imagine how much there is to hide after 18 years of mismanagement and incompetence? And do you believe it was mismanagement and incompetence? It would take years, Mr. Perkins. Look at what happened to Marcus after all these years, almost 20, before they located all those billions. Mr. Perkins, time is necessary. Time to clean up the evidence, profit or not. Mark my words on this one, Mr. Perkins. A good day to all Jamaicans and yourself.
Well, we must be careful about the speculation. So we, you know, what we haven't got evidence of, we should leave us until we get the evidence. Right?
Mr. Perkins, good day, sir. Did you notice that when the party leader jumped off the plane and held our first rally out at Harbour View in East Rural St. Andrew?
Harbour View, is it East?
It says Harbour View in East Rural St. Andrew.
Uh-huh.
It was not long after that, a matter of about 4 hours, that some violence began in the Woodford Park, within that same constituency.
Uh-huh.
Mr. Perkins, this area has been hotted up from the time of the PNP conference. And every time she goes near it, something happens. If I were
what are the other
MP,
occasions? I don't.
Immediately after the
party
conference, I think there was a little.
But she didn't go near it.
Skirmish.
Well, I mean,
she was at the party conference.
She was at the party conference, but
apparently she said something at the party conference.
Well, I don't know, but
might have
you know,
been
it doesn't. If I rap on the table like that, and it immediately starts to rain, it doesn't follow that my rapping had anything to do with the rain.
Doesn't follow that it does not.
Well,
by the way, but anyway,
what requires
moving
proof,
right along.
What requires proof is that there is a connection between the two.
Your 4 hours of campaigning for the JLP is not going to help them. They are going to go down in defeat again. Every time I listen to you, it is the same callers calling every day on behalf of the JLP. And you can hear that they are being coached by someone and given phones to carry out their campaigning. The PNP does not do things like that. We are on board, yes.
Uh-huh. I don't know, sir.
Why are you on the JLP?
I can identify a number of PNP people who
Why are you on the JLP worrying your heads? Or are you just doing it to get more time for the JLP? And to get poor Bruce to where he's going next, joining the PNP.
You know, sir, I don't choose my callers in the same way that I don't choose my email writers, right? We accept callers as they come, and we accept email writers. We sometimes are not able to read as many of them as we would like. Well, not sometimes. Very often we get far more email than we can use. But, you know, you heard yours read a while ago. Okay?
Good day, Mr.
So maybe I'm campaigning for the PNP now.
Yes, because Bruce is going to join them. Good day, Mr. Perkins. I want to know why the tapings of your program dated June 8, 11, 12, and 13 were not on the internet, nor are they available on demand. If Power 106 is going to provide a service, they should do so and stop playing around.
Well, I can't imagine what the problem is there.
Dear Mr. Perkins, I do not think the findings of the Don Anderson poll is a matter of idiotic conclusion, but rather that the people polled are idiots. The Jamaican economy has been mismanaged for the last 18 years, yet the PNP government has been returned to power at the call of every election since. I think the PNP victories are consistent with the polling results. It is unfortunate, but that has been the reality, and this is from Canada.
Well, I don't know, I hear you, but I wonder whether people could be that stupid. That 61% believe that the country is going in the wrong direction, but 55% think the government is doing a good job. I don't quite understand that.
Dear Mr. Perkins, as a frequent visitor to the Caribbean and married to a wonderful Jamaican, I am interested in vacationing in Jamaica again. But I am alarmed that crime has been allowed to mushroom out of control to the extent where potential tourists to the islands are seriously reconsidering their travel plans.
What was that?
As a frequent visitor to the Caribbean,
yes, you said something about potential tourists.
I am alarmed that crime has been allowed to mushroom out of control to the extent where potential tourists to the island are seriously reconsidering their travel plans.
Oh, is that so?
Although the point is being emphasized that tourists are relatively safe, you cannot honestly believe that. You just need to sanitize certain areas for foreigners and forget that the rest of the island is there. It is worth considering that the people who work in the industry may come from many of the same depressed areas where resentment and strife are seething. Tourists may be set upon and robbed anywhere in the world. So the recent report of such an incident is not in itself a turn-off. What is unsettling, however, are the continued reports of the unabated crime figures and the seeming inability of the law enforcers to halt this trend. As I see it, education as a part of our travel experience. So the idea of spending a week at an all-inclusive resort is hardly appealing. Also, since an important factor in choosing a vacation of my family also takes emergency medical care into account, we cannot in all good conscience take off our children where adequate facilities are unavailable, even for a small island. We are not seeking state-of-the-art trauma centers, just reliable emergency care. Jamaica is an intoxicatingly beautiful place, and your people and culture colorful and fascinating. But the other disturbing factors may soon overshadow even these bounties if neglect of your assets continue. Please realize that technology is allowing the world to watch the transformation of what was once an island paradise into a cauldron of misery.
Into a?
A cauldron of misery.
Yes.
And it's from Washington, D.C.
I think that is an excellent letter, yes. And we should take it very seriously. Don't mix it up, just put it
Here
aside.
it is. You can...
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mr. Perkins, I'm sending you this picture. Here it is, sir.
Yes.
How people line up.
From where?
I'll read the mail that goes with it. Marty, says the mail, if there was any doubt that elections are in the air, I had a first-hand experience of it on the 15th of June. I was passing in the vicinity of Studio One Boulevard when I noticed a huge crowd gathered around the building. My first thought was that a crime had been committed, but I saw no police in sight. I stopped to question what was happening, and I was informed by a bystander that politicians are given food.
Oh?
This happens, by the way, to be in Dr. Davis's constituency. Upon further investigation, I was told that the building that the food is being distributed from belongs to a certain doctor.
Oh?
Not Dr. Davis, another doctor.
Uh-huh.
The source of the food I do not know, but what I saw was a disgrace. It reminds me of pictures you see on TV of starved people lining up and rushing to get food in countries like Africa. The subjects are, in true Bakra Master style, the subjects are asked to line up.
Yes.
And then pay $100, get a ticket, join another line, then go in 3 to 5 at a time to get your scandal bags and bottles filled with goodies. What has this country come to? Are our people really prepared to forget the sufferings of the past 18 years in exchange for some free rice and flour? It is noticeable that most of the persons lined up are women. Please see photograph. Some appear to have been there for hours in the boiling sun. Should I feel sorry for them, or is it just natural justice taking its course? Would you like to make a bet as to which party these people will vote for in the next election?
No, I'm not betting at the moment.
And there's a photograph. There are more than one photograph.
Okay, we're going to take a break.
For the best prices on generators, call QD and Ace with prices as low as $52,130. Run silent model also available. QD and Ace, 8 Red Hills Road, Kingston 10. The time by QD and Ace is
1:45.
I love Easy Flow liquid spray starch. The iron doesn't stick to my clothes. Trust me, no buildup. It's wrinkle-free, non-flaky, and it leaves my clothes looking neat and smooth. Easy Flow liquid spray starch, distributed by Barker Caribbean Limited.
Marlon, I want to fix up the kitchen at home and the bar at the club with some nice countertop sink and faucets, but I wonder if I can afford it.
Look, Miss B, as a trained workman, Cameron Industries, them have low-price Fender acrylic, post-form laminated in plenty colors, and them solid surface second to none. The workman, them factory trained. Them products strong and resist heat, chemicals and stain. Them also have some nice sinks, and what did I spray to use the pipe? Faucet.
Come to think of it, everybody's talking about Cameron's. I also hear they give excellent service.
That's right. Check them at the Trade Center, 3032 Red Hills Road, Kingston. Telephone 906-386-224 and Hatfield, Manchester, 963-0628. Cameron Industries is the best name for quality countertops in Jamaica.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Now look here. You have that man who wrote that letter.
He sent photographs.
Sent a couple of photographs.
Yes.
And there, where you see the people lined up. And they're not all that many of them, though.
Well,
unless they're gone.
Yes, so some with bag coming out and. Yeah.
But there are some signs on the fence. What do the signs say?
National Action Coalition Food Distribution Center.
Oh, I see. So it's a well-established institution. Okay, thank you very much.
Oh, woe is me, Mr. P. Mr. Strawn's blasting of the Omar Davies-led ministry, of which I believe every word, has cast me in a deep depression. I've read simply because it seems a sensible explanation of why we are in such an appalling financial state we are in today. And if it is reasonable to assume from what Mr. Bunting said when he was on that TV program Direct, that he too will be following the path set by this government and this Minister of Finance, then I believe Mr. Bunting has actually done us a service by alerting us as to what will happen if he were to become Minister of Finance. Mr. Perkins, To be forewarned is to be forearmed.
Yes, indeed.
Hello, Mr. P. The problem with Jamaica is not that people keep electing the same bad governance over and over again, and each time getting a new set of promises and appearing to accept them. Now, Mr. Perkins, are you telling me that people don't know that the promises which were made 18 years ago and were never kept, and are made every 4 years after that and never kept, and are now being made again, will ever be kept? Are you saying to me that people don't know this, Mr. Perkins? Well, if they don't know it, I'm sorry for us. I'm sorry for myself for having been born in such a place that where the people lack so much comprehension. Look at places where votes are sure, Mr. Perkins. South and Southwest St. Andrew, all of St. Mary. Look at the conditions of those places. They stand out as being some of the most depressed and degraded areas in the entire Jamaica. Nothing at all has happened to those places in the last 18 years. And yet we know how they are going to vote. Mr. Perkins, do you think it is something that they are putting in the water that is cramping the people's brains? I am not sticking up for the JLP, but Mr. Perkins, something has to be done to get good governance in this country. The Jamaican people have potential. We are stars. Every time we go anywhere in the world, people copy us, people love us, people want to be like us. And yet at home, it is like being in a hog pen. We have to go abroad in order to succeed. Why, Mr. Perkins? What can we do about our fellow Jamaicans? Could I have a scientific examination of the drinking water that is issued to people in this country?
I don't think it's the drinking water, sir. I don't think that has anything to do with it.
Oh, this is about Mr. Shields. Yeah, Mr. Perkins, I'm sure Mr. Shields was looking forward to coming to speak on your program.
Well, he was.
Last week.
Until he was gagged.
Mr. Perkins, I'm sure by now Mr. Shields must have recognized we are still a banana republic. So after his sojourn, he can go forth and conquer a job in the private sector. Mr. Perkins, I have put my mouth on him. Wait and see, and it won't be long. Dear Mr. Perkins, did you hear the Attorney General and speaking this morning that was carried on the TV last night when he told the comrades, we know what is going on, we are coming already, we know we can our party run, we can fight inside, but make us win the election first, and then we can settle whatever little fight we have. Did you hear him call the people Hutupek? Now, when I was growing up in Kingston, Mr. Perkins, do you know what a Hutupek was?
Tell us. Read.
Mr. Perkins, a Hutupek is nothing more than quote-unquote dirty nigger.
Dirty nigger?
Yes. And Mr. Perkins, he ended up by saying, could them too.
Could them too fear come or compete with we? Or whatever.
Mr. Perkins, I'm in a quandary as I observe what is currently taking place in our country, and I'm in full agreement with those that are of the view that the country is lacking strong leadership from all levels. What I observe now is a flurry of advertisements. All of a sudden, We are hearing what the NHT is doing, what the NWA is doing, what the NWC is doing, what the National Health Fund is doing, and how great they are and how they are helping people. We are having real-life people come on and take part in these advertisements to show how these bodies have benefited their lives. Mr. Perkins, is this not like the JDF helicopter? Part of using government resources to advertise for a particular party?
Well.
And what are we doing about it, Mr. Perkins?
Campaign financing. Okay, thank you very much for that. Okay, we go back to our telephones. Hello? Hello? Hello?
Hello?
Yes, sir, good afternoon to you.
Hi, good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Uh-huh.
Been trying to get you from last week to speak to you about a certain issue that I heard on the radio.
Uh-huh.
A gentleman called in and was saying that they really think that the JLP is not doing a good job.
The JLP is not doing a good job?
Exactly.
But is the JLP in government? A good job of what?
Good job in terms of really...
Opposition.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Just hold a second for me.
Look here. No.
Yes. In terms of trying to wrestle power from the party that is now ruling.
Yes.
And I tend to agree with them. I think that they are the most of the men in there are probably a bit old and they have lost their tooth. And
they have lost their what?
The tooth. I mean, it's a figure of speech.
Oh,
they're long on the tooth, and I don't think they have the guts for the fight that they're up against, because the party that they're up against, it is a ruthless party, a party that is going to do, as you can see, every and anything to remain in power.
Uh-huh.
I understand what Mr. Chuck is saying. He's saying that he went to Parliament and he said this and he said that and about morgues and thing, and they paid him no mind. That's the nature of the party that is in power. They are in power. There's very little laws that are in place.
Huh?
You have to now go out of start thinking out of the box. You have to now develop strategies and measures to counteract what they are doing. If the JLP does anything, you see a big spread on the TV, in the news, and then you hear
if they do anything like what?
For instance, the statement that was made about Jezebel, and I'm just using that as an example.
But the first thing is, what was the statement that was made about Jezebel?
I totally agree with the fact what you have been saying, that there wasn't anything wrong. But what I'm saying is the weakness in I'm just trying to point out that the JLP is either they're intimidated by the PNP. Now look at all the mess that the PNP has gotten themselves into, and you're telling me that there's nothing that the JLP can do to keep these things in the forefront, to highlight these things to the public, that no, that the PNP is going about telling of achievements. What and they...
Well, to begin with, a lot of that depends upon media, son. It is media that has the greatest role in determining what is kept before the public.
Okay. So how does the ruling party get their arguments in the media?
Uh-huh.
Why can't the JLP do the same? And they have so much things to talk about.
Uh-huh.
I can't understand why they are so silent on so many issues. Just for argument's sake, the report that has come out now with the Accountant General and
Auditor General.
The Auditor General. I've spoken to you on these things, about these things several times, and these things should be in the forefront. They are, of course, they are. Mr. Chuck is saying, Mr. Perkins, I know I kind of ramble on, but just bear with me. Mr. Chuck is saying that, you know, whenever they try to do anything, you know, people are saying all they do is oppose, and so they you know, they back down. That is not their prerogative to worry what. They will always have people who don't want the truth to come out, who are going to oppose them, who are going to say that, boy, all you do is oppose, but that is what you're supposed to do.
Yes.
And Mr. Perkins, if you are going through a system and a method, you're going to Parliament and you're saying that you're complaining about breaches and all of that, and you're being ignored, then, Mr. Perkins, you have to go through different methods. We cannot continue with this blatant disregard of the laws of Jamaica by this government. And the fact of the matter is we are not a country with the level of education and people who appreciate the issues at hand.
All right. Thank you very much. I have to go on a break now, and it's going to be a rather long break. Okay? Okay, we'll be back shortly.
Hear this? Let Astrosan Castor Oil Hair Grower help your hair regain health and beauty. Distributed by Lasco and available at leading beauty stores and pharmacies island-wide. Astrosan products, good Jamaica, great value. The time by Astrosan products is
2:01.
Today's weather brief is brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation. The Manchester Cooperative Credit Union 1977 Limited invites you to take advantage of their wide range of products and services. Get all your financial needs fulfilled through a safe and reliable partner in Mandeville, Christiana and Porus. Manchester Cooperative Credit Union, a steady partner in a changing world.
Now for today's weather brief. There is a high-pressure ridge across the Caribbean. On the local weather scene today, look for mainly sunny and windy conditions, especially across the south coast. Tonight is expected to be mainly fair. Tuesday and Wednesday are expected to be mainly fair, becoming partly cloudy in the afternoons. And Thursday, look for partly cloudy skies with scattered afternoon showers to the east of the country. The information for today's weather brief was supplied by the National Meteorological Service of Jamaica.
Today's weather brief was brought to you by the Manchester Co-op Credit Union, where service exceeds expectation.
Carby's Twin Gates Plaza Hot Super Weekend Sale now on. 15% off every item. Don't miss this great chance to save. Carby's Discount Center, Twin Gates Plaza, Concert Spring Road. Call 968-4192. Carby's, put the fun back in shopping.
This segment of Business Online is brought to you by Scotia Life Insurance Company.
Good afternoon, I'm Orville Johnson from Today's Money Limited. Welcome to Business Online. 8 Chinese banks have been punished for illegally lending money to 2 state-owned bodies who have in turn invested the cash in stock and property markets. The 2 companies involved are the China National Nuclear Corporation and the China Shipping Group, which illegally used billions of yuan loaned to them. The China Banking Regulatory Commission has since punished some 18 executives involved in the lending with penalties including warnings and fines, as our authorities fear increased speculation may lead to a stock or property bubble. The Jamaica government is offering $900 million in treasury bills. The offer for June is in 2 parts, the first part being a 6-month security in the amount of $500 million, while the 3-month security is in the amount of $400 million. The offer closes on Wednesday, June 20th. Crude oil prices moved towards the US $70 per barrel for the first time since September of last year. This comes as Nigerian unions have planned a strike this week, threatening supplies from Africa's biggest oil producer. At news time, oil prices are at $69.07 US per barrel on the New York Mercantile Exchange. The Jamaica dollar slipped by 14 cents today amid heavy demand and tight U.S. dollar supplies. The dollar closed trading at an average of $68.58 Jamaican for each U.S. dollar in the Cambia market. The central bank stayed on the sidelines. All three stock market indices slipped marginally today. A total of 23 stocks traded, of which 12 advanced, 5 declined, and 6 traded firm. Total volume traded was 6.2 million units. Jamaica Broilers was the volume leader with 2.6 million units, followed by Cable and Wireless and Supreme Ventures. The day's main winners were the Gleaner Company up 13.3% to close at $1.70. Jamaica Broilers gained 11% to close at $4.50, while Pan Caribbean Financial Services was up 5.5% to close at $19. The day's two main decliners were Jamaica Money Market Brokers down 5.3% to close at $9. And Denon Geddes was down by 3.6% to close at $7.50, and Supreme Ventures lost 2.9% to close at $3.30. The JC Index slipped by a mere 36.28 points to close trading at 89,266.26 points. Our advice is brought to you today by Scotia Jamaica Life Insurance Company. How much are you worth? How much do you want to be worth tomorrow? To determine your net worth, simply add up all your assets and then subtract that figure from all your liabilities. That's how much you're worth. That's your net worth. A Scotiamin policy will increase your assets and help you build real wealth over time. Don't hide from reality. Check your net worth now. Whether it is positive or negative, a Scotiamin policy will improve it for you. Scotiamin, bringing goals to life. For more information, contact the Scotia Insurance Advisor at 922-3765. That's all the time we have for Business Online today. If you need advice, you can call us at 927-7392 or 978-6262. Or write to us at Today's Money Limited, 72 Hope Road, Kingston 6. Or email us at info@todaysmoneylimited.com. Or you may visit our website for more business news at www.todaysmoneylimited.com. Join me again tomorrow for another edition of Business Online, another fine product from Today's Money Limited. I'm Orville Johnson wishing you a pleasant afternoon.
Segment of Business Online was brought to you by Scotia Life Insurance Company.
You know, Cliff, Jamaica is a very strange place.
Too strange.
In this country, the car one drives, the house one lives in, the kinds of clothes you wear, and even your cell phone is an indicator of how wealthy you are.
Wrong, though.
I would think so, because I can wear jeans, and I can wear a T-shirt, and I can be worth millions and millions of dollars.
Very true. Because the people in banking tell us that your net worth is your true state of wealth.
Whether your net worth is positive or negative, a Scotiamint policy will improve it for you. Open a Scotiamint policy, build your net worth, and watch your assets grow. Call 1-888-GO-SJLIC or visit your nearest Scotiabank branch for further details.
You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. We're back here online. Hello? Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Speak up for me.
Good afternoon, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, good afternoon to you.
Yeah, I want to talk to you about the recurring decimal, the Auditor General report.
Uh-huh.
But I need to get certain things off my head first.
Uh-huh.
I understand you. I think you don't understand the poll that is saying that although the country is going in the wrong direction, people appreciate the PNP still.
Well, they think now that they appreciate the PNP still, they think that the government is doing a good job.
Oh yeah, the government is doing a good job.
Yes.
And do you find that really Jamaicans are thinking this way?
Well, I don't know. I mean, this is what the pollster tells us.
Suppose I tell you an example of someone who is thinking that way.
Uh-huh.
Or two examples.
Uh-huh.
Lambert and Darnwich.
But do they say that the country is going in the wrong direction?
Of course, Darnwich said so in her article last time.
You mean that's the one where she attacked the Minister of Finance?
Yes.
Uh-huh.
Yes. She always point out that the country is going in the wrong direction.
I see.
But I'm wondering why she appreciates, the leadership, the new leadership of the party.
The mother of the nation.
Yes.
She's
Does she think that she can steer the bus? She's a better driver. She's gonna use the same bus crew, but she's a better driver.
Well, I don't know. Maybe she thinks that the prophets will guide her.
Well, Jamaica compared to the other Caribbean islands is a joke. Yeah. No, Mr. Perkins. In terms of the poor,
that's a good question you raise. They're having elections shortly in Trinidad and in Barbados. It would be very interesting to hear to what extent. I mean, some of the kind of nonsense that goes on in Jamaica. Is it possible, for example, that a pollster in Barbados or Trinidad could be telling us that
the country is going in the wrong direction?
The country is going in the wrong direction, but the majority of the people approve of the way the government is running things.
That can only be an illiterate country.
Eh?
That can only be
I can't imagine a pollster coming up with a result like that in Barbados.
No, sir.
And expecting to be taken seriously.
No way. No way. That would be an insult to the people of the country.
Yeah.
That would really be an insult, in terms of intelligence.
I can't imagine that.
You could never put that, man. Put that forward. But maybe in Jamaica those things go.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Perkins, in terms of the poor, though, which part do you think best manipulate the poor in terms of, like in the election campaign, what is going on now? Because, let me tell you my personal thing about it. I find that the JLP, in terms of their campaigning, they don't have the gimmicks to what you call, promise to people, the most promised jobs. In other words, something that the people can do to earn, while the PNP now, they will use a rod of correction. They will use things to manipulate the people and promise them things. You remember the rod of correction in the past? Mr. Manley did come with that.
Oh, yes.
And the fact that he married to a black woman and so on.
Oh, yes.
And the fact
he brought that up?
Huh?
I don't remember him using
Well, he was using that, though.
I don't remember him.
Married to a black girl and thing, and
I don't remember that one.
And well, the direction in which he went to with the communism and how many people actually left this country here, The JLP don't bring about those things, You don't find JLP, what you call it, would put out a thing like an assault on a community. Like what the crime, the police force did on Tivoli there. They will not do those things, Mr. Perkins. They have a fear for Jamaican people,
Okay.
And you ever notice how the PNP always talk about the 80 election?
Yes.
But they don't talk about the 89?
Yes, indeed.
The 89 was like a transition, a smooth transition. You did not see it?
Yes, indeed. All right. Thank you very much. Eh?
About the Auditor General report.
Hold on just a moment for me.
Lasco Cambio is conveniently located on your way up or on your way down from Halfway Tree. They're open 8 a.m. daily. Visit Lasco Cambio for fast, reliable service. 29 Red Hills Road and now open in Pepin, 8 Gordontown Road. The time by Lasco Cambio is
2:15.
This is a message from the Ministry of Labor and Social Security. Parents, is your child a PATH beneficiary between 1 and 6 years old? Have you taken him for a checkup since January? If you have not, then you must take him to the health center by June 30. Remember, your PATH benefit depends on these visits. The program of advancement through health and education, advancing your family, developing Jamaica. For further information, call toll-free 1-888-991-7284 or contact the Ministry's office in your parish. You're listening to Perkins Online, the Thinking Person's talk show. Our phone numbers are 968-4901, 968-4902, 968-4903. Our local toll-free line is 1-888-991-4072. Or you may call our international toll-free line at 1-866-LINK-106. That's 1-866-5465-106. Courtesy of the People's Telecom of Jamaica Limited, providing unbelievably low rates to call the U.S., Canada, and UK landlines all day, every day. You can also log on and listen to Perkins Online live on the World Wide Web, free at www.go-jamaica.com. Now back to Perkins Online on Power 106 FM.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello? Hello? No, we're not there? All right. Let's go ahead with this.
Mr. Perkins, the President of the United States does use the helicopter and airplane assigned to him as President for political uses or purposes. However, the GOP, or whichever party the President in power is representing, must reimburse the U.S. Treasury for the cost of rental and operation of that vehicle, whether it is be an airplane or helicopter. All these transactions have to be above board, as the opposition would use it against him politically.
So he's assigned a helicopter, assigned an aeroplane.
For normal presidential purposes.
But when he's using them in the course of a political campaign,
he has to pay.
Or for any political purpose, he has the party,
yes.
his party,
yes.
has to reimburse the
or himself, whoever, but the
yes.
U.S.
Treasury has to be
has to be and openly done so.
And
you
that
know
comes
what I mean?
from a call of listeners.
There are 7 of them.
Yes. But several of them saying the same thing.
Yeah. Yes.
And they're coming from
the United States. Yes.
Yes. All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Well, there you have it. The president isn't doing what the mother of the nation is doing. Doesn't dare do that in the United States. Hello?
Hello, Mr. Perkins.
Hello, Mom. Yes.
Huh?
Hello?
Mr. Perkins.
Yes,
How are you doing today?
Boy, I'm in a diet, not too bad.
Mr. Perkins, did you watch the TV Saturday night?
I suspect I did.
With Lisa Anna. Oh, she looks scary, is it?
Look what?
She looks scary, like, all right. Why you call Mr. Perkins? She looks scary, like she don't even know what she's going to do. What she going to tell the people them?
You're serious?
She don't know, but Mr. Perkins, what she's going to tell the people them in St. Anne.
Oh, you mean?
No, she don't look like she's ready for politics.
No?
She's ready for a beauty queen.
Well, why?
I don't believe that, Mr. Perkins.
Eh?
You know, and I don't think Portia did right. You shouldn't have just push it down the people them throat and them take it like that.
But tell me something. You're not a comrade.
Me I'm not at all.
You're nothing at all.
No.
You're sure?
Me nothing at all, but I want to tell you. You notice when me call you about when me go country and me out see the roads them, how them stay. And I show you, say, me and Harry family and him not do right. But me, I want to tell her the other night, and I say, but listen already yet. What you saw have an election. What you going to tell the poor people?
Is it that she said something which gave you the impression that she didn't know what she was talking?
She don't know what she has to say, man.
What did she say? What did she say that gave you that impression?
No, or she moving and everything. She don't look like she ready.
Oh, yes?
No, she don't look like she ready for an election. And I don't think Portia should put her in an office like what she put. Mr. When my name Finn.
Mr. Finn?
Yeah. You know, I think she and him should work there. She not ready for the road.
But I'm a little surprised that Mr. Finn isn't a candidate.
That's what I'm saying. Him free. But from the people, I'm shut him up. I don't hear him again.
I'll follow you.
But Mr. Perkins, you know what I'm saying too? When I go out in some rural areas and see, I am saying, if me going to give like 18 years of government in power, right? And they will not have to give me the road, everything what I want, no.
Oh, yes?
No, I'm not, because you couldn't go look for the GLP. What me I said, the PMP don't have to give me what me want, no.
But it takes time to get these things done?
Mr. Perkins, don't tell me. How much year she now? How much year she now, Mr. Perkins?
Who? Sister P?
Yeah.
I think
and
so.
once she was in local government ministry.
Yes.
Then why, Mr. Perkins, I pass a Greenwich farm and put them to pardon christening Pitney first. Me all Horace Darling talk it the other day upon TV. You never know that all the time. Jamaican people will stop licky and near me, Mr. Perkins. You will poison.
I follow you.
Because everything them push down your throat, you say, yeah. You see all the free medication. And now some of Mr. Golden say, what him did say, Mr. Perkins? No one ask you what him did say about that.
About what?
Mr. Golden talk about it and them take it. The free medical.
Oh, yes.
What him did say about it? Everybody supposed to get it.
Yes, I think...
right. And
yes.
Mr. Perkins, if you have a sick person now, I know some little old people here now. You see the little thing with them again, if you know, sometimes some pharmacies never want to take it, you know. And the little thing with them again, some of the medication, them expensive. Then Mr. Perkins, if you're sick and you have no money to go to the hospital now, you're dead. But I think them should look for the other people, them, the baby them not go vote. The baby them want to look at you, them when now work, and if them sick. And them parents now have it how it go. Mr. Perkins.
If the little youth, if they're under 18, they can go to the hospital and get some attention.
So what you
But
do?
the thing is this, that if they get a prescription, the medicine that they're to take,
it's very expensive,
they
Mr.
may
Perkins.
have to go and buy that.
So where am going to get the money from?
So when Sister P said that it would be, gave the impression that it would be the treatment would be completely free.
Right.
That is not what she has done.
No, because I heard somebody said that you have to pay, and one lady went there.
Yes.
And she said the medication was because $3,000, and she don't know where the first dollar come from.
Yes.
You know, Mr. Perkins, a little woman up here $8,000 for rent.
Some of it can cost more than that too.
Yeah, so the sickness the person have. But Mr. Perkins, we're going to have a government. Next thing, how much did they pay for the World Cup, Mr. Perkins?
A whole heap of money, over 9 billion.
Mr. Perkins, you see the 9 billion, it could have got to, so if I give 2 million to the school, you know? To help out the school people, putting them at school.
Yes.
You know, all them people who can't pay them student loan, help them out.
But that is not, ma'am. We want to think about all the money that is paying interest on the debt. Right?
Mr. Perkins.
And what has that debt done for the country?
I don't know, Mr. Perkins.
Well,
you have to ask the PMP.
Well, I think you're right. I think we should ask the PNP.
Mr. Perkins, and next thing again, you see?
Yes.
Them, I am thinking now, they say they want the two local government and this one, the both are elect general to go. Can that work?
They want...
Yeah, like they were saying that the other day, I don't know.
That they want what?
Local.
Local government and general election in one?
Right. That's what me hear people on the road say. But Mr. Perkins,
it could be done.
Huh?
It could be done.
Yeah, Mr. Perkins.
Yes.
I am saying, Anyhow, our government want me, and the people them say looking and say 18 years them did it, and them promise me that, and them promise me this, and I'm gonna fix that, and I'm not fixing nothing. Mr. Perkins, you see the road in my days, it used to maintain, you know. But all of a sudden, 18, if them don't maintain the road them wouldn't look so, Mr.
That
Perkins.
is quite true.
If them was maintaining the road,
That is
when
quite
me
true.
to election, I said,
But Dr. Davis has created so much debt, Mom, that
Well,
all of the
debt.
taxes that people pay are consumed in servicing the debt.
Right.
So there's none to fix the road.
Mr. Perkins, every day. You're throwing them little thing. By the time you come in the yard, Mr. Perkins, and you come inside the house, I pay dirt on your floor. Because, you know, the thing them just throw it on the road. It not, and as the rain fall, you have to come back again.
Yes.
Mr. Perkins, I've been to a place up Red Light District there. I have a lot of friends up there. Mr. Perkins, may I tell you, up there's not nice at all. Up Mavis Bank, where you ever been up there?
Yes, man.
You know, see, I pay a
I've
buck
been a
out
little
there.
while, but...
All the people them live, and them a pay tax, Mr. Perkins.
Yes, but them a pay taxes service Dr. Davis debt.
But that,
When contract.
but Mr. Perkins, that, we can't pay back Dr. Davis that we not see where we get outside.
Well, how you mean?
Where we get it outside?
Boy,
Promises.
Him contracted debt as finance minister.
No, Mr. Perkins, them think they can't work for poor people. And you see them telling them about Bush. Mr. Perkins, a lot of them don't, them know the country, enough Jamaican do not travel. Mr. Perkins, you see you can't put Bush with Jamaica. You understand, Mr. Perkins, I am traveling from Miami, and I told you take me from Miami to New York. And Bush wanted to go there, so I have to take, but Jamaica small. Oh, Mr. Golin, where do you may pass some place? I may see him in one jeep in a Spanish town, him head up in this broiling sun. Then sister pay a black woman and a white woman. She can do the same thing too. She
No.
can't do like what Mr. Golin.
No. She's the mother of the nation.
And she tell them what she wants. She say, that me want to do and that me going to do.
Yes.
And the next thing, it can't work like that.
She calls all the shots.
Right, she called all the shots, and you can't say nothing.
Yes.
And I see what is happening, you know. Enough people don't see, you know. You wait till if them ever win, dog near me supper, because you see the solid as the rock people, them have to go sit down, step aside. You watch and see.
All right, Mom. Thank you very much,
Yeah,
all the
no
best to you. Okay, hello? Hello? Do we have time? Hello? No? Nobody there? Hello? No. Hello?
Yes, hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you, Mom. Quickly.
I have been listening to you for a while and listening to your callers.
Yes.
My concern is with Southeast St. Anne.
Yes.
That seat there that is giving a bit of trouble, I would assume at this time.
Yes.
But Mr. Perkins, I would just like to tell you, since the inception of election, that seat has only been won by the PNP.
Except for once, when the PNP didn't contest the election.
Right. I was born and raised in that area. And let me tell you something. There's a section of that constituency that doesn't get any attention from the government. I'm referring to the section that links St. Anne to St. Catherine and St. Mary. The MP that was there, the sitting MP, said she get it with bad roads and she's going to leave it that way.
Why?
I'm hoping.
Why?
I guess that section of the constituency is a majority Labour Party supporters.
Oh, is that so?
Yes. So that is why they are treated that way. But I am looking and I am hoping to see that somebody else will win that seat this time. I don't care who win it. But from I was born until this day, it has been controlled by the PNP and enough has not been done. They are taking credit for a lot of things. I would agree. Any party in government is put there to work. What they are taking credit for is their job. They don't have to tell us what they do, and we don't have to give them credit for what they do. because it's a service that they provide for us, what they are paid for.
All right, Mom. Thank you very much. All the best to you. Okay, that brings us to the end of Perkins Online for today. We'll be back hopefully tomorrow, usual time, usual place. We look forward to your company. So long.
You've been listening to Perkins Online on Power 106. Join us again tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2:30 p.m. for yet another edition of Perkins Online.